The shot?
She's gonna, I mean, if they really start checking at airports and shit, dude, she's gonna have to get it. I didn't know she was a little wacko.
Did her parents get the shot, Tommy?
She's not like that.
Daphne's like,
Her parents got it.
Daphne really believed that God gene. I mean, she's the first one I ever heard it from. And when she said it, she was serious.
God spot.
Or the God spot.
I have a structural page. Leave it to me to not know how to spell structural.
I thought you were going to say K and H. I was going to say, wow. Sometimes I don't know if I use the ampersand or A&D.
Well, here's the deal, man. I got to do that Scott spot again, of course, because
Do what spot?
the Smith spot, because
You fucked it up.
you just never. This is like car. They automatically, auto-fucking-matically.
They don't even listen.
No, I'm telling you, I have never done a commercial for them once that worked.
It's always the second or third try. What is it called, Brad?
With Plumline, I sent half off a furnace, and it was supposed to be half off air. I did the whole fucking spot, worked on it, worked everything in, and I did $59 or $79 furnace check. It was an air conditioning check. I had to redo everything last night, and then I saw Mike Smith's email, and I went, fuck you. I'll do it when I get to it.
Isn't it kind of weird that they all have one thing in common? You know?
Oh, the industry?
No, that all the spots that have to be redone have one thing in common. Tom didn't do it right the first time.
You really got a babysitter. Brad O'Brien today, Tom. Did you want me to resend some of the ideas he had about what to talk about?
Huh?
Brad O'Brien, he's guest on the show today for a while. Did you want me to send you kind of what he had ideas about what to talk about, so it's not all COVID tennis shit?
That's right.
Okay, I'll send it to you here in a minute.
People like him, we don't have to schedule so much because we get him on so much. He and Mile High say, but I don't care that you get.
Okay.
But in the future, I mean, here's
I
what
get
you
what you're
play
saying.
it by ear, and if we haven't used him in a while, just play it by ear.
Okay.
I don't want any of these people thinking like Bonnie does. If she's on, she doesn't pay. Although Bonnie should, because she doesn't get a lot.
Right.
Okay, Bonnie.
Okay,
She's one of the few that should.
Damn it.
What's his wife's name? Mike Smith's wife's name.
I have no idea when he was married, to be honest.
Oh yeah, it's really cool. What is it? BigPinkTrucks.com.
Stuff like that.
Good website, good gimmick. Woman owned, great idea.
I think Mark is slacking here a little bit, Tom. The trash.
Yeah, Mark, come on, man. Fuck.
Get to vacuuming. All right. I'm gonna go get set up.
Okie dokie, man. It is time to fucking move, I think. Late.
Right now, radio listeners get 25% off, plus 1 free week when you go to Blinkist.com/grow. To get this special offer, go to Blinkist.com/grow. That's BLINKIST.com/GROW.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment and the journey on the true podcast has been started as a joint film with Sarah Rose as she uncovers the intricate details of the divine messages to effective spiritual pilgrimage to India.
This is a Venus flashback for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everybody has to sit down and find more hurt than neck or back can feel like a serious hit to your passionate and your way of life. Getting help doesn't have to mean an endless cycle of medication and doctor visits.
I was firing off emails to the head of CDOT, because that's just who happened to be dealing with my shit. And she fucking emailed me back one time. She goes, I just want to say something that has nothing to do with what's going on with eminent domain. You respond so quickly to emails, and so often you come off as a nut.
Really?
Yep.
You know what?
And I took it to fucking heart. And I knew what she meant, because, think of how angry you are when they're shutting your business down and there's nothing you can do about it. So, really, I was not thinking smart, but, she didn't say it verbatim like that, but that was her entire point, and I took it to fucking, I took it as gospel. I shit you not. And from there on, I just always kind of relaxed a little, and especially if I'm upset, I try not to email someone back without at least waiting an hour. You know what I'm saying?
I used to have a bad problem with that. In fact, I've done some with you. I honest about. Not recently.
No, you can't focus on anything.
That's exactly what I do. But Stephanie always says, no, don't answer right now.
Yep.
I hardly do it anymore, but man, did I used to get, especially, I don't want to get into it.
You got a Coke?
Are we on the air right now?
I don't think so. I think he's saying
right now. The thing that really got me, and then finally Stephanie said, Tom.
The townhome. Silver Jackson. Love it. The service, the funeral service in Boulder a little over a week ago. So massage. Surviving falls and blocks hallway.
President Biden will unveil a big infrastructure bill today. It'll focus first on building new roads and then turn attention to jobs.
Not afraid of. Join me at 406. There have been a lot of hallway.
I said, I fucking can't take it because
We're on for sure. But anyhow, keep
well, let's see, where's my cord? I think I dropped it up land. Oh no, there it is. So anyway, it's just one of those things.
Can you believe that fucking 21-year-old moved in with him and she's been there a week?
Mark,
can you fucking believe it?
Mark, he's really more stupid than I thought.
Well, I think he's...
Does he listen to the show? Because I'm going to talk about. I'm not using his name.
Yeah, don't use his name.
I won't even use anything about it.
Well, here's the deal, though, man. I started thinking maybe they are real people.
Mark.
And, you know, he's trading. They're doing a trade.
Do you think she's doing anything this 21-year-old's doing?
I have no idea, man. I don't know. I have no idea.
Hey, Mark,
what 21-year-old would move in with an old guy from Craigslist?
Well, no, it's worse than your daughter. I mean, you're at least younger. My God in heaven, could you imagine?
No, I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Well, what was the whole idea she moved in for? Did she move in because
she's moving to Denver and doesn't have a place to
But why did she contact him? Because of the Craigslist?
Because of the Craigslist ad. And she was from either Utah or Nebraska, I forget.
Mark, that could be true, actually.
I know.
But it's still, and he feels
he's
smart,
right for Robin.
But he feels smart enough not to be.
I think that's where it goes. After talking to him, he's like, look, I got them to get their driver's license. I talked to some of their friends that I found on Facebook, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you start questioning yourself.
I know, that's the whole thing. Then I start going, but no matter how you look at it, having two women move in with you, two women that would move in with you from a fucking Craigslist ad, it can't end good. Even if it's all just fucking, you know, everybody's getting what they want, it still can't end good. So, whatever. It just isn't fucking good. It's just not good.
It's a light at the end of the tunnel. It is such welcome news after a dismal 2020.
From KBCO Brett Saunders, Red Rocks and Utopia, a variance allowing for concerts with a capacity of 2,500 people. Normal capacity is 9,500. Bigger acts may not come, but you can use smaller bands or chains. I'm WK. Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by your local Ford store. From the Bedford Sports Traffic Center, watch out for construction delays heading into downtown. Road work underway southbound I-25 near 48. That's causing a little bit of backup near the Valve Track there. Otherwise, the highway is...
All right, so if a half of a fried chicken, okay, if half of a fried chicken in one side, whatever side you want, is $15. So a half of a fried, half of a fried chicken. So you got a breast, a leg, a drumstick, blah, blah, blah.
Gotcha, I love it.
And one side is $15. No, I'm sorry, $20, okay?
One side is, half is 20?
A half a chicken with two sides is 20.
Okay.
Or a quarter chicken in one side for 15. So
20 is a better deal.
it's a way better deal, but I can never eat half a fucking chicken.
Bring it home.
I do, but a lot of times it ends up getting thrown out.
No, you know what I do? I make chicken salad.
That's probably smart.
No, I'm serious, man. Chicken salad is good. Or you bring it into the fucking office.
So you're like me. If it's you're getting double for another $5, you have to fucking do it. No.
Yeah. And then think about this, man. And if it's good, one thing that doesn't go to waste with me is chicken, because I'll eat it. I've gone so far as to eat it. Then when I have a bunch of meat left over, I'll do a chicken salad, and then after that, I
refrigerate the chicken
soup. I mean, I've done everything, but not lately. Now I made a chicken soup that was terrible because I hadn't done it in a while, and just terrible.
Get a good stock, man, a good broth, and it's good.
God, I love chicken soup.
The problem with chicken soup is I like noodles in it.
Yeah, I do too. Yep, exactly. That's exact. But it's easy to do that with not many. It's easy to make it low carb.
No, you're right there.
Because
you don't have to go crazy.
It only takes a few of them. In fact, they have some canned ones that only have like
Progresso.
and they're really good.
No, Progresso has some that are, the whole can is like, yeah, 8, with noodles.
That's exactly right. Hello, I'm Tom.
Are fighting for you. I love doing this each and every day. You know what? We start out a show never knowing what we're going to discuss, and we find things near and dear to our heart in Pocketbook. I'm not going to use any names, but I want to talk to you guys about something. Then I also want you to call me. I think we have a responsibility every day to now be proactive with our friends and neighbors when we think they're being scammed. Now, I'm serious. I'm not going to use any names. I will never tell you who this is, but let's just say we became aware of a listener. And the listener is in his 70s, early 70s. And the listener is retired, and the listener, his friend said, hey, we ought to post something.
His wife passed away within the last 2 years.
And his friend posted something on Facebook. No, on Craigslist. And said, my friend's lonely, or no, being him, he pretended to be him.
That's right.
He was doing him a favor.
He just helped him.
Did he tell Charlie, well, whatever. Did he tell okay, nobody will know Charles. Did he tell Charles he was doing this?
Yeah, he asked him to. Charles asked him.
So Charles' friend posted on Craigslist, listen to this. You know, I'm lonely. I'd like to meet someone, basically.
I'm active. I've got a nice house.
I'm a widower, and I have money. Now, you put that on Craigslist, who do you think are going to call you? In fact, Mark, I'm telling you, I can almost predict what's going to happen. But he gets a call from a young lady, a 22-year-old lady.
One.
Okay, Mark. And this 22-year-old lady from Florida wants to come to Denver. She doesn't have a place to stay. She sees this on Craigslist. Now, I don't know if they're dating. I don't think they are, but she's staying with him. So she comes from Florida. This guy knows nothing at all about her, but he claimed he saw her driver's license?
Yeah, actually, he did.
So Charles sees this woman's driver's license. First of all, driver's licenses can be phony, but even if it's real, what does a driver's license tell you? So now, this lonely 70-year-old, Charles, has Bonnie from Florida, 22-year-old, staying with him. Just staying with him. We don't know what's going to happen. She's probably going to rob him blind. Who knows? And what's going on there? Then, in the meantime, he gets an email from someone in the Philippines. And this person in the Philippines says, I want to come to the mainland, and you sound like a match. Did they exchange pictures?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I'm sure they did, just knowing Charles. But, interestingly enough, I just got an email from one of our detectives, and this isn't good. The one from the, not from the mainland, also goes by another name.
You mean the one from the Philippines?
Yes, that's moving in today, by the way.
Now, our detective found that she has some aliases.
Yeah, he's still going through stuff. I mean, I literally just got this.
Now, Charles called us for, I don't know why Charles called us. Oh, I think he heard us talking about that dating thing yesterday. But Charles called us, and we know in our hearts he's going to be ripped off.
This gal might actually be married, going under a different name to somebody else in Elizabeth, Colorado.
She's not coming from the Philippines at all.
It looks like that is correct. But he's still combing through this. This is not good at all.
Now, listen to how people want to be scammed. We tried to tell Charles that this is a phony, this has the earmarks of a scam, we hear it all the time. But loneliness is so terrible, it drives people to do things. Do you know we had an elderly, a woman in her 60s who believed that a young airline pilot, or no, not young, but a young 60, he was fit and an airline pilot, wanted to marry her. And he was coming to town. She sent him more than $20,000. And her kids called us and said, she won't listen to us. And you know what? She wouldn't listen to me either. There's something that people want to believe. They want to believe. For example, when people get scammed, they want to believe it's real. Here's one that gets people. We had a man fly to Nigeria. Never found the people, but he was believing that a guy died in Nigeria with a similar name and that they could get the money left to the guy in America here if he would send them money. He decided not only would he send them money, but he was going to meet them personally. Do you know how many people get ripped? And I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. These scams are too much. If you know someone elderly, if you know someone at all.
Oh, they get imagine a crook moves in with you. Next thing you know, they're putting something in front of you to sign, or your grandparents. Your grandparents end up signing it, and guess what? That person now owns the house that's fully paid for.
So please help us to help others. Check on your elderly people, your friends. We need to get to Charles and tell him what we found out. This woman is probably going to take him for money. She's not even from the Philippines. She's probably in Elizabeth, Colorado, married, and she and her husband are pulling this scam on this guy.
We're going to have more info throughout the show.
Tammy, what's happening with you? Hello.
Hi, how are you?
What's happening, Tammy?
So what's happening is I've given $52,000 to a contractor that has not delivered on the promise, and on a 45-day contract that has now turned into 3.5 months.
Hold on a second.
Not one room is complete.
Hold on. Why did you do this, dear? Why'd you give him $52,000? Tell me first of all, Tammy, where did you meet him? How'd you find him?
I was looking in contractors, and I met him through referred a person as I was looking through
a friend. A friend, okay. Where was this that you found this contractor exactly?
I found him. I was looking online, and I seen him.
Got it. What's the name of this guy?
A1 Family Maintenance and Remodeling Services.
Okay. Now, what I want to know, and remodeling, okay, I'm just writing this down. So here's the deal. When you hired him, you should have gone to referralist.com, but when you hired this guy, how much money did you give him up front?
$20,000.
Did that seem weird to you that you had to pay $20,000 up front?
No, it didn't, because
well, it is.
It was for the supplies. Well, yeah, okay.
And then you kept paying. Apparently, since you're out 52, apparently he must have been doing some work, and you kept paying.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right. So you got up to 52, and how is the work right now?
Well, as of right now, there's not one room complete, and it's now deemed inhabitable.
Whoa. So the work he did is bad, plus it's not finished. And right now, where does it stand? Did you fire him? Is he going to finish it? Where does it stand?
I did. I fired him because he, didn't deliver on the promise, and I talked with my realtor, who said that he's not doing anything, that I would need to move on at some point.
What is this guy's name? What is Family Maintenance and Remodeling's name? What is his name that you're talking to?
His name is Cornelius Jenkins.
Cornelius
Bernard Jenkins Jr.
Cornelius. Okay. Bernard
Jenkins Jr.
Okay. Well, so what have you done so far? When did you fire him?
So I fired him on the 26th and had a police escort on the 29th for him to get his things off the property.
Is he mad at you?
I'm sure.
If I talk to him right now, let me ask you something, Tammy. If I talk to him right now, would he say, well, we were almost done and Tammy's just crazy? What would he say?
He'll say that.
Would he?
That's
in other words,
say.
Okay, the work that he did, I want to ask you, the work that he did, was it bad work?
It was bad work. It is very much so bad work. He's using caulking for.
So does everything have to be redone?
Pretty much.
Did you have an expert
yes.
look at it? Did you have an expert look at it?
I did.
All right, hold on, and we'll come back to this. Hold on. I want to try to help you. The best thing to do, people,
is hire the good people to begin with. Referralist.com.
And in my new podcast,
Don't you walk on me.
Well, quit getting in my way.
Experts and trailblazers, the same 7 questions. Questions about what makes us happy, what we're curious about, and what that means to us. This season, I'll be speaking with the brilliantly talented actor Viola Davis, epic Foo Fighters frontman Dave Grohl, and investigative reporter Ronan Farah. Listen to Mini Questions on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
So, Mark, yesterday, I went home and I had IV therapy in my home. Juan came from Rocky Mountain IV Medics. I urge you guys to look into hydration therapy, IV drip therapy. You don't have to go to a hydration bar. You don't have to go to urgent care. You pay the same as you would for a hydration bar. It's very low price because they come, and they come to your home. When I say low price, of course, compared to emergency rooms or urgent care, they're at par with hydration bars, but you get the service in your home. I had NAD therapy. Unbelievable therapy. That's a cellular rejuvenation. You can get a Myers cocktail, migraines. You can get something for hangovers or just general health. That's Rocky Mountain IV Medics.com, 720-987-2155, 720-987-2155, same day appointments. Tell me about Simply Floors, Mark. What is your favorite part?
They come to you. I love when they come to you. They brought us the carpet samples. We got to see them with our own furniture. We got to see how it would match up next to the hardwood in the kitchen. It was wonderful. If you're looking for someone to bring the samples to you and you're looking to save up to 40%, simplyfloorsinc.com.
Have you found yourself looking around your house and, wishing? Wish we had a pool.
Wish I didn't share my office with a washer and dryer.
Wish we could have a real master bathroom. Livestream can make your wishes a reality with a fixed rate home.
It's over. You're never getting them back.
CJ, this is Suzanne with the Tom Martino Show again. I realized what happened. You're the one being complained about by Tammy, and that's why I called you thinking it was her number. I do apologize for that, but now I need to tell you you've been talked about on the show. Tammy Jones at 3615 Ray Street claims she's giving you roughly $50,000, and it's terrible work that has to be torn out and redone. We always offer the other side to come onto the show and tell their side of the story, and often realize there is another side to the story. If you'd like to talk to us, please give us a call, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Again, you were talked about on the 630 AM KHOW Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. You can give us a call till 2 o'clock. You can leave us a message after that. We'd love to have something worked out and get your side of the story. Thank you, CJ.
Set for you. Whatever you're doing, you have to produce. Although I don't produce guests. He does all the guests. Well, mostly because I don't want to, we'd be stepping on each other. If I started booking too, I consider myself a artist's assistant. If you want a shade of blue, I'll get it for you, but I'm not going to recommend a shade of blue. I need a good producer. I'd have to check with him 8 times a day to make sure I wasn't double booking something. You know that? Yes.
Okay. Oh, maybe let's try to get that woman on. With the little baby horse and talk about it.
Oh, okay.
But you can go on Facebook and then
I will. I'll see if I can find her.
Sweet. Where was it now?
Did you read the story?
Get the word out. Somebody might be trailer and married in there. An orphan baby horse of old needs a mommy.
It's the cutest baby horse ever.
I know it. She said she was in Durango, right?
I thought so. I'll just message her.
fucking suits. It's intense now. It turned out, you know what, at first, you think it's kind of like, I don't know, lawyers, and they're having fun with their kick-ass, and then the stories are getting intricate. I respect those producers. They've kept this thing interesting so far. I'm in the 6th season now. Oh, you'll love it. They did well.
All right, I got your endorsement one back. I should have.
Sorry, thank you.
Nationwide, a new way to advertise your product or service.
Yeah. She truly got it right. Yeah, I don't care about this shit. We need to just keep her.
Use iHeart
I need to get some big ones.
to create your own custom radio.
I'm gonna get a big one for in-house inventory. Just like I do.
Need a good car dealer. They're so hard.
Mark, if I get a good car, you know what? I want to reach out to Ken Stevens.
From the
I like
Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
This report is
I go around.
American
There's so much consolidation of these fucking dealers.
Well, dealing doesn't do anything in Denver.
I've tried going through our channels. It just never seems to.
Are you in the right loan program for
Yeah, I don't know why or why not. You know why I think he really, I think he does all of his own shit. I don't know if he does anything outside himself, right? And TV for that matter.
Do you have Tom? Do you have Manugian's email or cell? Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com.
You know, it's really doing well for pain and inflammation, and people are anti-anxiety. These CBD products are incredible, and they're right here in Colorado, made right here. RealCBDThatWorks.com. That's Panacea Life Sciences. Put Tom in the promo code, get 30% off. RealCBDThatWorks.com. So listen, do you know how many times this happens? Here's what happens. People put big money down. They don't check the contractor out. They just find him. Then they pay him along the way, and then the work sucks. And not only did they waste that money, but things have to be redone, so they probably have to spend more than they were originally intending to spend just to get this thing done. That's how it sucks. And Tammy hired, and Suzanne called him. She was, by the way, our policy is to call and get comments anyway, but she called him prematurely, I think, by mistake. I think, right, Suzanne?
So Tom, I thought that was Tammy's number. So I'm like, well, this is Suzanne with the Tom Martino Show. Click. He hung up on me. I did try calling him back after her call, Tom, and it went to voicemail.
So Cornelius Bernard Jenkins Jr. did not want anything to do with this. $52,000 is a lot of money. But, Tammy, we have to examine this. He did show up and work. It's not like he took the money and ran, right?
That is correct. He showed up.
So then when did you get discouraged? There. I mean, he actually was on the job. When did you sign this contract initially?
December 20th of 2020.
Okay, so it was, a few months ago. And so what's the big deal? And I don't mean that like there is no big deal, but if he was working, why did you fire him? What happened? Did he stop showing up? What happened?
Well, it was a 45-day promised project.
Yeah.
So we're here now in March. So this is, February 3rd he was supposed to be done. Upon showing up at the site and seeing things not done, I started to question.
What kind of work is this, Tammy, when you say showing up at the site? It's not your house?
No, this is my late grandmother's last will and testament that I'm trying to fulfill.
What is that? What are you trying to get done?
She wants her house sold. Well, in order to get money for the house, I had professionals come in and said that I'll need to, do some remodeling on it.
Is she dead?
She is dead.
Did you inherit the house?
Yeah, I am the executor of estate there.
So,
yes,
okay,
sir.
so you're fixing it up to flip it.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is not your personal money.
This is my personal money. This is my personal money that I have been using to get a remodel done on it.
Oh, my God. Okay,
yeah,
listen.
This is my personal money. Yes, sir.
But is this house going to be left to you once you sell it? Do you get to keep that? Can you reimburse yourself? What I'm getting at is I'm trying to figure out the damages here. I mean, I understand you're going to lose money, but are you going to at least have some money left?
Well, it has large loan on the house.
Damn.
So really, yes, it's a reverse
You may end up not making anything on this, and your grandma wanted you to have the money.
Yes.
That sucks. Are there any other heirs that are going to be screwed out of money because of this guy?
Of course, yes. She has,
So you were supposed to fix it up, sell it, and divide the money. And now, by the time you're done, there may not be any money. By the time you pay off the bad contract, the reimburse of the bad contract, plus you pay commissions, plus you pay off the loan, there may not be any money to split.
That is correct, sir.
Damn, this guy's a clown. And Suzanne, so you did try to call him, and he won't talk. She found him online, A1 Family Maintenance Remodeling. Who did you have check out the place?
Well, like I said, he was referred to me. I found him online.
No, who did you have check this work to tell you it sucks? Because that's where we need to start. We need an expert.
Okay, so I have a realtor, and my realtor, sent his professional out to see what was wrong with it. And the realtor...
Did he say it has to be all redone?
He just shook his head. He said he's never seen nothing like it.
And it has to be all redone. Now,
pretty much, yes.
Does this Cornelius Bernard Jenkins Jr. does he feel like he needs to be paid more? What does he say? If we called him, would he say you still owe him money? Would he say let's just leave it alone? We'll both walk away. Where does he stand?
We already know. If we call him, he hangs up.
Yeah, but where does he stand, Tammy? Do you know?
Yeah, well, what he'll say is that you had your realtor change things. And,
okay, I get it. He'll have a song and a dance. He'll have a song and a dance.
Exactly, yes, because he was supposed to be done in February to begin with. I just hired my realtor a month ago.
Listen, we need, I don't know, right now what we need to do is just make the best of it. What you need to do is see how much work can be salvaged. And then I would ask that you use someone from referral list because, honest to God, Tammy, you're not going to be able to. I can't trust anybody beyond that unless you found this guy from your realtor and you like him. Or did you hire that guy to fix it?
He's doing a proposal for me.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine if you trust him. But please just check him out. I would like to have an expert look at it real quick and give us an idea of how bad it is, and then go after this guy Cornelius Bernard Jenkins and at least let other people know about him. What part of town are you in?
I'm in Golden. The house is on Ray Street in Denver, Colorado.
Okay, let's have Genesis take a look.
Yeah, I hope he's not too busy, but let's see if we can have Genesis take a quick look at this project and tell us what it would take and if any of the work can be salvageable. So, people, if you're listening, A1 Family Maintenance and Remodeling, she knew nothing about Cornelius Bernard Jenkins Jr., just hired him. Paid him so far $52,000. She says it's a deplorable job.
What phone number did we try to contact him at?
Get the phone number, Suzanne. Mark's right. Get the phone number. We'll give that out in a second. You can let him know you heard about him on the air and avoid that number. Ashley, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. And anyone else that needs to call, please don't accept rip-offs. At least let other people know about them. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Give us a call, please. I really want to hear about your problems so we can help you and help others. Ashley, what's happening?
Hi, thank you for taking the call.
What's going on, Ashley?
So the sewer lines were broke under my apartment about a month ago. They shut my water off twice. They told us that the issue had been resolved. I still have smelt sewer.
Now, do you own this place, this townhouse, or do you rent?
I rent.
Okay. Sewer lines broken under the rented townhome, and they never fixed them.
No. And so I kept smelling it. I thought I was going crazy, honestly. I made several complaints. I've talked to my neighbors. They've made complaints.
So it's not fixed, or it is? I mean, they would know if it wasn't fixed.
Well, it's not fixed. They say that it was fixed, but there is literally a pool of sewer waste inside my apartment in the little, I don't know what
that's
to call
dangerous. And who's not? I know I know who to just sick on them. Who do you talk to at management?
I have talked to the complex management. Keeley runs the office.
What do they say? I mean, they're going to have tremendous liability if someone gets sick. What do they say about it?
I've been sick. They told me to put in a work order, and then I get a generated response.
Did you put a work order in?
I have. I've put in more than one, and they keep telling me 3 to 7 days.
We need to light a fire. We need to light a fire. We're talking about sewage here. Hold on. This sucks. God, why do people need a megaphone like us to do the work? Hold on, Ashley. Let's get this done. People, don't let people take advantage of you.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now.
Master Ruder, Frank Duran, Box, you do both. I have so thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by AAA Colorado Insurance.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, one trouble spot right in the center of town. Watch out for construction delays on southbound I-25 near 48th. That's causing a bit of backup there on the approach to the I-70 interchange. Once you get south of I-70, the drive opens up. Most of the highway drive in fairly decent shape. Off-highway, crash being cleared at Martin Luther King and Quebec. It's been moved off the street. Could be activity off to the shoulder, so travel through there with caution. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be sunny today with a nice high of 51. Tonight, clear overnight, a low of 26. Tomorrow, sunny, warmer, a high of 67. Right now, just a few clouds, and it's 33. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Don't settle for mediocre relationships. Break up with your insurance provider and get AAA insurance with coverage that loves you back. For 100 years, AAA has been providing auto insurance from a name you trust. Switch today and save up to 25%. Visit AA.
All right, Master Ruder Plumbing. I talk about these guys all the time. You know what I love about these guys? Listen. In fact, I'm putting my hand down so you listen. Here's the deal. They're great plumbers, great people, and they give free estimates. You have any plumbing issue, they will come out. I don't care if it's a leaky pipe, you want a new sink installed like I had them done, or if you want a second opinion on a sewer line or a broken water line. Free estimates, no trip charge, Master Ruder Plumbing. Write this number down, 720-434-3406. They've been on our referral list for years and years, over 10 years. They're good, honest people with unbelievably great pricing, 720-434-3406. Someone else that is absolutely wonderful, Frank Duran, the real estate man. I have personally used Frank multiple times. Tom has as well, and I promise you he'd never steer you wrong. He's going to get you more for your house than any other realtor can get you, in my opinion. And if you're out there looking for a house, he'll negotiate the best price possible. FrankDuranHomes.com.
The Sharpest Rides in Englewood wants to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they are making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right from the Sharpest Rides website, get credit approved to finance, and they will literally drive your new car right to your front door. It's that easy. The Sharpest Rides is the #1 internet car dealer in Colorado, and you can shop over 1,000 cars, trucks, and SUVs today at thesharpestrides.com. They have cars under $10,000 and even 2020 models, so get shopping today at thesharpestrides.com.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows. But you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee and cash in on some of the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Call us today at 303-867-7000 to talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
Most of us in the greater Denver area know that it's quite stressful trying to maintain a quality lawn. The answer is to hire the best local lawn care company, us. This is Terry with Weedman Lawn Care of Denver. Our turf management PhD trains outstanding techs and buys only the best of products. We make your yard greener, thicker, more kid-friendly. Strive to be weed-free and do so with an environmentally sound approach to lawn care. Go to weedmanusa.com today for a free price quote. Debbie K. of Denver.
Sweet. But definitely send me your stuff. And that is probably the most likely scenario. But please send your information over my email when you're ready for at Troubleshooter. Yep, help at troubleshooter.com. I will let you know if I don't get it out by the end of this week. I'll get in a list with 3 or 4 other people. And then, like I said, then he gets back to me and lets me know what to say to you. I do strongly encourage you with your channels, getting a phone appointment, getting this, getting that, just in case this all goes to hell in a handbasket for me.
Case for most, dude. I mean, just forget about feeling like shit for a few days. I mean, that's a long-term fucking effect.
Here's the thing, I don't think I would have gotten it because I can't get the Kaido storm. My defenses were too big. I'm positive I've had it. I mean, I've had exposure, but it just didn't build up. Now, I really do believe, Mark, that certain levels of vitamin D and stuff are as good as a vaccine. But I still did it for the reasons you gave, and that is, I don't want to be fucking one of those people, you know? But at the same time, I don't like being fucked with. They got it so wrong with this virus.
Trynuts.com and taste the amazing difference you can.
This safe at home shit was the most biggest bullshit that ever was.
Tasty to 64,000. That's tasty to 64,000. For more information on free shipping, text TASTY to 64,000.
Hi, I'm host Robin Roberts, and on a new podcast from iHeartRadio, COVID-19, Immunity in Our Community, we'll hear from Americans on the front lines and the doctors and medical experts who convinced them and their loved ones to roll up their sleeves and get vaccinated.
They are having trouble
getting COVID-19 immunity in our community on the iHeartRadio
really?
app.
They're having more of an issue than they thought.
We can do this.
Really? Yeah.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHAL.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
Listen, whenever we have a company that refuses to talk to us, it spells danger to us. And when we get a complaint about a company like we did A1 Family Maintenance Services and Remodeling, that means that we got a big problem. And here's the thing, here's how I put it. If we call a company, they're not obligated to talk to us, but when they hang up and refuse to address it, that's when we say there is a problem. It almost every time there's a serious problem, because if a company says to us, hey, we don't want to discuss this on the radio, we'd rather handle this privately, we respect that. We don't have any special power. But what we do is we extend the opportunity for people to come on the air to clear their names so people can make a choice. We don't assume someone is wrong. You know, when you listen to this show, we never assume someone is wrong. But when Tammy calls us and says she paid $20,000 up front, another $32,000, and since December 20th, and got bad work that has to be redone, and we're going to have an expert try to confirm that. But when she tells us this, and we call A1 Family Maintenance Services and Remodeling, and we say, hello, Mr. Cornelius Bernard Jenkins Jr., we'd like to talk to you about this, or they just hang up on us, that tells me more than not they're a scumbag. And the problem is probably genuine, and they're probably hard to deal with. Now, seriously, okay? That's my own rule I'm making. So I'm telling you, you need to avoid these people until we figure out what's up. But this is the number to this place. And you should, and listen, people, you know by now what I expect from the Martino Marauders. I don't expect vulgarity, of course, never violence or anything like that. What I expect is helping businesses see that their actions have consequences. And the way you do that is by simply saying, hey, Cornelius Bernard Jenkins Jr., we heard about you and A1 Family Maintenance Services and Remodeling. We heard about you on the Troubleshooter show, and we think you should address this or do something because we can't have these kinds of contractors in our community. You see, this is the next door of the airwaves, except way bigger. So please use this show and warn others. But here's A1 Family Maintenance Services and Remodeling. If you see this number on Craigslist or anywhere else, avoid it. 720-800-5510. 720-800-5510. Did I say that right? 720-800-5510. If any of you can get a comment from the guy, call us back. His name is Cornelius Bernard Jenkins, Jr.
And if you dial star 67 before the phone number, he won't be able to see where you're calling from.
Thank you, Mark. So, Tammy, we are going to work on this. And Ashley, this one is wrong. Ashley's got raw sewage outside of her place. Now, what are we going to do about that? Well, they got to fix it. All right? We're going to put Deputy Smarty Pants. This guy, Deputy Smarty Pants, well, I don't know. The people, if you listen to the show, he will get it done because he will nag and nag and nag and nag, and he won't let him go.
He can probably sniff out this problem quickly.
Yeah. Yes, the raw sewage. Get it. Ha ha. Okay, listen. This is nothing to laugh at, Ashley. This is serious now. Okay, why aren't other homeowners upset as well?
My neighbors have made multiple complaints as well, and like I said, they're getting the generic response, we'll take care of this in 3 to 7 days.
But wait a minute. But 3 to 7 days, did they take care of it? I mean, why are you calling? Did you give them a chance? Did you wait the 3 to 7 days or not?
Yeah, it's been going on for over 3 weeks.
And they keep saying 3 to 7 days?
Yeah, that they'll fix the problem.
I know, and if you say, Ashley, if you saw a crew out there working on the sewers, though, right?
No. When they first shut the water off a month ago and said that the sewer lines had broke, I did, but they had told me that it was fixed, and I took their word for it.
Is it possible that it's fixed, and we're just smelling the remnants?
No, I have pictures there. The crawl space is full of water. You can see feces and toilet paper. Yeah, so there's a leakage somewhere still.
We need to call over to this complex. I mean, this could make people sick, man.
What's the name of this complex? You know, Mark, you're right about that. What's the name of this complex?
Sunset Peak Apartments in Thornton.
Sunset Peak Apartments.
Let's try to get a hold of their management company.
In Thornton. Okay.
This is a really crappy deal.
It stinks, man. This really stinks. And it's a crappy deal, and I can think of 100 more. Let's try to find as many different double entendres that we can. Let's see. Sunset Peak Apartments, raw sewage. Sunset Peak turds. Let's call him. I'm serious. Get Deputy Smarty Pants. He'll show him. I would hate to have Deputy Smarty Pants turned on me. You know, we assemble these deputies, and they're accomplished people. They're either retired or slowed down. They're accomplished people. We have a new one coming on too.
Yeah, Suzanne found a new one. We got to pick a
nickname for him.
Isn't he an accountant?
No, investor, right?
I think he's a retired accountant.
I want to find out about him. We ought to have him on for a few seconds.
You want to talk to him?
I'd just like to find out about him.
Perfect.
Because, to join the ranks, you have to be filtered. And seriously, we don't just take anyone, although we really, really appreciate
Well, we just took Dan.
Yeah. Deputy Dan's been with us a long time. Now, here's the deal. Deputy Dan, Deputy Doc, Deputy Smarty Pants. Deputy Clint was great. He had health problems. And, he has been struggling. So we have to, I don't know what'll happen with that. Maybe he'll come
if you
back.
think about it, we have 2 doctors, we have an engineer, now an accountant. That's pretty impressive for deputies.
I don't think he's an accountant, is he?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I didn't even ask him.
Okay,
I know
let's
he's
get
an
him on.
expert in the banking and credit world.
Could be an investment banker. Hey, Philip.
Yes.
What's going on with satellite, man?
Well, I talked to you a while back. I had some used satellite deals, and I was gonna send them back, and then you told me to put them in a box and with the label on there. And I haven't heard anything back, but the thing was originally.
Wait, is this at the end of a contract where you're going to switch out and they want you to return the equipment?
Yeah, I remember this. They sent you the boxes and the labels. All you had to do was box them and bring them down to UPS.
Hold on one sec. We'll come right back to you.
I mean, what could he possibly have messed up with that?
Mark, I'm sorry, but I'll do these two.
Yeah, what are they?
Get Tom Fast and ours back. Thank you.
Getting 630K pound from iHeart.
And I'm not kidding. I just two.
Available on over 2,000 devices. Now, Impact.
Are they both 30s?
This report is sponsored by AAA.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, you're in great shape to drive across town, with the exception of the drive downtown on southbound I-25. Construction's the culprit, slowing you down on southbound I-25, pretty much south of I-76.
I already forgot the second one.
So watch out for delays there. Heaviest around 48. Once you get south of there, south of I-70, the drive opens up. Well, there's slow spots in the highway drive in the metro area.
Sorry.
All on
I got
as well at this time. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be sunny today with a high near 51. Tonight, clear overnight, a low 26. Right now, just a few clouds and 37. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Been working from home and wondering if your car will be ready to go when you are? Get AAA membership for us.
All right, grab your cell phone right now. Go into that room that's outdated. Take pictures of the current countertops. I don't care if it's your bathroom, your kitchen, your laundry room like we did. Take those pictures of what's existing. Then you're going to send them to Mitch Floria at the Art of Granite, and guess what? Within 24 hours, you're going to get a bid back on how much to make that room look beautiful. It's as simple as that. TheArtofGranite.com. Get that phone. Knock it out right now. At least you'll have an idea of a price. And by the way, it's going to be about the best price you'll find anywhere. TheArtofGranite.com.
Yes.
Now, if you have a business and you have a website, you need to have people find you. When they Google something that has to do with your business, let's say you're a carpet cleaner, carpet cleaning Castle Rock, you want to be on that first page. The guys at GetFoundFast.com can help you out. In fact, they'll do a free webinar, and it'll give you so much great free information, you're going to be shocked. GetFoundFast.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Gigi Good.
And I'm Wembley Floor.
And together, we are hosting the official companion podcast for the HBO Max original series, Generation.
In Generation podcast, Gigi and I are going to chat with the show's actors and writers, ultimately peeling.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'll let you go. Let's talk again. Bye.
I believe that you deserve a smile that you can be proud of so you can live your life the way you want, with the peace of mind that you can smile without embarrassment and anything else you love. At Barrett Center, we want to help you get your life back. I invite you to my office for a free consultation where you can find out for yourself if you are comfortable at Barrett Center. We offer total dental solutions, meaning we can handle all of your dental care in one convenient location without referring you all over town. If you feel safe at Barrett Center, it's the last place you need to visit to get the care you need. Is the condition of your mouth causing you to live a life of quiet desperation? Call me. I'll take great care of you. If you're looking for a safe place to take care of all your dental needs, call Barrett Dental at 303-731-1308 or visit DenverDentist.com. One of the best things about my radio show is having experts to call on from my referral list to help.
I like that long Porsche. I'd never buy one, but I do like that 4-seater 911. I mean, it's probably a fucking quarter.
I know I can rely.
But that's my favorite looking Porsche. I don't like that Boxer. I don't like those cheap Porsches, you know.
You should too. In business since 1993.
My California Ferrari was cheap. That's their entry level, but it was cheap. I didn't pay that. I paid a little less, but that was their new.
Oh no, the contractor, you didn't get his number out yet, did you?
They can help you with.
Oh, you did? Why?
The bad guy.
Yeah, it's the right number. He goes by CJ. She was just insistent that's what people know him as. I emailed Mark Szymanski to try to help out in there.
Just to look.
Are you done with her?
Unless, we want to try to get somebody else. The Spider, the Ferrari Spider, Mark. Look at that. Is it nice? I like it. I like it.
I'd much rather have. I don't give a shit about sports cars, man. I like luxury.
You know what, Mark? I actually don't care about cars like I used to. At all.
Yeah.
At all. But
But what would you rather have? A luxury vehicle or a sports car?
Luxury.
Yeah, me by far.
Sports cars are pain in the ass. But I wish we would have gotten that Corvette.
Well, I do too, because we could have sold it on delivery, literally for $10,000
And he
more
had me down
without blinking. They're not going to be anything now, though, because, I mean, they're going to be mid-engine from now on. This company, Neo, we own a bunch of stock in them, but they just released one in China that's fully autonomous. It's fucking crazy, man. So it'll drop you off, like, wherever, and then you can go tell it to park, and it'll just go fucking park, and when you're coming out of the restaurant, it'll come pick you up, and it'll drive you home. It's full, man. It's fucking unbelievable. Excuse me, freaking.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, it's like done.
This message is sponsored by Colorado 811, the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
Now, you see on the call sheet.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And one clear choice, garage doors. You knew I was going to say it. These are my garage door people. They should be yours. I've literally used them 6 or 7 times. I probably bought 4 or 5 doors over the years, and then openers. The new Sidewinder opener is the only way to go, in my opinion, but they have all kinds. They're available 24/7 for emergencies. It's oneclearchoicedoors.com. 720-370-3987. I want to talk to Philip about his satellite stuff, and then I want to say, please call us at the first inkling of a problem, or if you just want to discuss something, like you have a friend buying a timeshare, and you want to knock them upside the head and give them a dose of reality, or you have a friend like we do who supposedly is flying a woman in from the Philippines to be his live-in mate, never met her before. He's going to be robbed blind, found her on Craigslist, or she found him on Craigslist. This stuff is terrible. It's terrible how people are ripped off. And this is a disaster, and we know it's going to happen. We know that Charles is going to get ripped. We know that we're going to hear from him, and we're going to hear that she took his bank account or money or something. When people are lonely, they're very vulnerable. They are. And he's in his 70s, and he has money. So, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Philip, let's talk about this. What were the circumstances on this satellite? Were you ending a contract, or were you upgrading? What was the situation where they sent you a box to send the equipment back?
Yes. They sent it back, but I had talked.
But what were the circumstances, Philip? You had a go ahead.
I originally had a satellite over in Nebraska. I didn't stay over there very long.
So when you moved, did you terminate your contract, or were you just going to move?
I moved. Yes, I was moving.
What were you going to keep the satellite, Philip?
No, I wasn't going to keep it because I'm over here in Cheyenne.
That's what I mean. So you were moving and canceling the satellite. They sent you a box.
Yes.
Okay. And what went wrong?
Well, and they were gonna let it go and not charge me, but then they wanted the box.
Of course. They weren't going to penalize you. They were going to let you terminate the contract, but you had to send back the equipment. So I'm going to ask again, what went wrong, Philip?
Well, I just wasn't familiar with the thing, and
so did you send it back?
Yes, I sent it back, but I've also got a thing here that some kind of a credit deal, and they want me to write a letter within 5 days, and I don't know what.
What do you mean? What do you mean a credit thing,
Phil? Some kind of investigation. Yes.
Could you do me a favor? We need to see it, because I really have no idea what you're talking about. Suzanne, see if he can snap a picture of it with his phone. If he can't, if he doesn't know how to copy and paste it, we need to see what they sent him. Okay. Now, Chris needs advice on credit. Chris, welcome to the show. Thanks for contacting us, and our promise to you, we'd get back to you, and we did. What's going on?
Thank you very much. I stupidly never had a credit card for the first 50-something years of my life. Then I really stupidly got a couple a few years ago, and now I'm in debt like $14,000 and jobless with all this COVID crud going on. And my husband was telling me he heard a couple years ago that the credit card companies maybe sometimes take a lump sum and then...
Okay, what he's talking about, let me explain something. And when you say stupidly you did not have credit cards, it's not stupid to not have credit cards. Now, you obviously kind of didn't know how to handle them. There are people who believe no one should ever use credit. I think that's ridiculous.
Well, then you could never rent a car.
Right. Credit is a tool. Credit is a useful tool, but credit can be a dangerous tool. Let me get to you on this. So now that you're in debt, the bottom line is your credit still good?
Yes, it is. I haven't been behind until just like I've lost my job, so I'm actively looking for employment.
What they're talking about, a lump sum, Chris, what they're talking about is a lump sum to settle. But you have to have a lump sum. And they probably won't do it unless you're near bankruptcy. For example, we have bankruptcy attorneys sometimes that instead of filing a bankruptcy, if you only have a few debts, they'll go and try to negotiate them. But you have to have the cash to pay it. So if you don't have the cash to pay the lump sums, then they're never going to do it. They're never going to take a reduction.
You know what really sucks is if you do a bankruptcy, and I'm not kidding, and there's a lot of factors to look at, which we'll do, but if you do a bankruptcy, your credit is actually much better, much quicker than if you do a settlement.
I know it, and that's terrible, but, yeah, it's like they reward you for doing bankruptcy. They don't reward you for doing the right thing. Now, hold on. I might have a plan for you, but hang on, and we'll come back to you and more. And also, PayPal issues. It's spring. Another tax file.
We will talk to him, I promise.
Unfortunately for some, more back tax debt.
I sent you
tell
his
your
statement.
deputy I will talk to him, please.
Who?
The deputy.
Oh, yeah. I just got him on a minute ago. I sent you the guy's statement. I couldn't resist. I replied with, will you be using Tammy's $52,000 for the attorney's fees? But I sent you guys his statement. Don't be mad at me for saying that. He was
I don't give a shit.
Well, you might after you see what he says. He's
We don't owe anyone a bitch except our client.
Don't fall prey to
Public
feud. Putting off tax problems.
This correspondence is not authorized for sharing.
The Daphne School and Mark School of Spelling.
Hey, listen here, Mr. Diction.
Media choose to further receive correspondence via emails.
Neighbors, call for your free evaluation. 844-LARSON.
Let's get a picture of this guy.
Apparently, he's got a Facebook picture smoking a joint, so I'll get that.
Oh, yeah, let's get it.
Yeah.
Let's handle it.
Okay.
Now, 10 Capitalist today at 4, 6:30, KH.
Let's look him up, though, and find out.
I like how he's telling you it's not authorized for sharing.
Well, yeah, and that's been held up. When they say that. But I'm gonna. There's a way around it.
Infrastructure proposal. ABC's chief White House correspondent Cecilia Vega with details on the plan.
You can kind
Things like roads, bridges, railroads,
stuff you said.
broadband. It's also going to focus on clean energy like electric cars. Then in the coming weeks, they're going to shift to this so-called human infrastructure. That's going to be reportedly things like paid leave for workers, universal pre-K, tuition-free community college. The price tag on both of these paths potentially as much as $3 to $4 trillion.
The administration plans to pay for it by rolling back tax breaks for corporations passed by the Trump administration. Pfizer says its coronavirus vaccine is 100% effective at preventing the virus in kids aged 12 to 15.
Delta was the only major U.S. airline not booking middle seats, but that policy is ending May 1st. The third day of testimony continues in the murder trial against former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. This is ABC News. Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida is under federal investigation over possible sex trafficking.
Congressman Matt Gaetz is denying that he had a relationship with a minor. ABC News has confirmed the Florida lawmaker is under investigation by the Justice Department for an alleged sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl. Investigators are examining whether Gaetz violated federal sex trafficking laws by allegedly paying for the girl to travel with him. The investigation was reported in the New York Times. The source tells ABC News federal investigators started looking into Gaetz' alleged relationship last summer. Andrew Dimberg, ABC News.
New York State has legalized recreational marijuana. Governor Andrew Cuomo signed the bill today, one day after the state legislature passed legislation. In China, visitors to a zoo hoped to get a look at an African lion. Instead, they saw a golden retriever. The zoo claimed a misunderstanding involving the
Charles doesn't
pet
have any
dog.
kids.
They say lions are now in the cage. Wilcar,
Can you fucking believe the zoo messed up a dog from a lion? Doesn't even sound possible. What happened? Somehow they thought they had a lion, but it was a fucking dog that looked like a lion. That's what they just said. I have no idea how that's even possible.
And your retirement savings are going to be taxed to smithereens. But there's one proven time-tested strategy that lets you legally pay zero taxes on your hard-earned retirement money. And you can learn all about it in a free report from Bank on Yourself. Get it now at legallypaidzerotax.com.
This is true. NPR, listen to this. Zoo in China swaps dog for lion. Hope no one would notice.
Free access to your savings. Yes, you can protect.
The lion started barking. That is the best story.
The lions, come on.
Yes, that's what it said.
They said the lion started barking. Honest to God.
And that's how people started realizing it wasn't a lion.
The lions started. Hold on. When we come back, let's talk.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. The lions started.
Visitors at a zoo in China.
Do they have a picture?
Yeah.
Hold on. Send me the link.
Oh, my God.
Or what did you Google? I'll do it.
I'll send it right to you. It's fucking great.
Certainly the largest.
They thought they pulled off a fucking good one.
Repair, maintenance, and safety aspect. There should also be some capacity enhancement as well. Well,
all right, there you go.
Significant funding for rail projects like Front Range Passenger Rail.
That's the rail system that would run from Fort Collins to Pueblo. Signs, flowers, and other items lining the fence outside the Boulder King Supers will be preserved at the Museum of Boulder. Corey Buxton says the team is already working.
Did you go to it? It's fucking great.
It's our job to preserve them so that they will be a story 5, 10, 15, 50 years from now.
Okay, where'd you send it? I sent it to your email. Just look at it. It's fucking true as shit. It's the NPR.
Now,
impact traffic. Oh my
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
Oh, this is. It's unfucking believable.
Traveling the Mile High City in great shape on the highway drive. A couple of slow spots.
Read the first line. Visitors to a zoo in China got a rude surprise when the lion started barking.
Interchange. Watch out for construction near 48. That's what's
this fucking dog.
Oh, come on! They were hoping no one would notice when they made the switch.
6th Avenue, no warrants of a crash. Just travel through there with caution. The rest of the highway.
They sent their African lion to a breeding center and didn't want to tell people that it wasn't there because then people wouldn't go. So they put that dog in there. And then it starts barking. You know what's funny is no one thought anything of it till it started barking.
Purposely, so the zoo knew.
They knew, yes. They didn't want people not to come and pay to go to the zoo, so they just put that dog in there. Holy shit, only in China. Miss Liu told the Beijing Youth Daily, zoo is absolutely trying to cheat us. They're trying to disguise dogs as lions. The only thing that would have been better is if this was somewhere in the States. They were actually trying to pull the wool over our eyes. There was the domestic dog housed in the wolf den, and a white fox was found pacing in the leopard exhibit. They got the whole zoo fucked up. It's all fake. It's like the fake Apple store they had over in China. It's a fake zoo.
Buy a vacation home by calling 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000.
Oh my God.
Or online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 12334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate. I love this song. I love nachos.
Fuck, that's the best. That made my day, man.
It's time to head out. If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a
Oh, good. Here's the second contract done.
A message from Itza and
Referral this one's done now.
Mornings at 6. Senator Tammy Duckworth lost both her legs.
All right, guys, you're on in 5 seconds. Anyway.
Love her politics.
And
Duckworth Thursday morning at 7.
you're early.
Yeah, I'll be here at 10 for the rest of the week.
Tino, your troubleshooter this hour, brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. I love this stuff. You will too. RealCBDThatWorks.com, 30% off if you use Tom in the promo code. They're right here out of Golden. Let's talk to you. Now, when people call and they hold, I get them on, and I will. That's Jason. So it's a PayPal issue. But Chris is someone who contacted us at either help@troubleshooter.com or 303-Martino. And when people listen to our podcast and we're not on the air right at that time, if they call 303-Martino, they're funneled through and we get back to them, or help@troubleshooter.com. So that's 2 additional ways to contact us. Of course, that's the email address, help@troubleshooter.com. Please tell all your friends on Nextdoor and all that have problems. Just call Martino, 303-Martino. We solve problems. Listen, there's nothing wrong with discussing it like they do on Nextdoor. Nothing wrong with that. But truly, for answers, we got them, and we want to help you on this this credit thing, Chris. Here's the deal. Bad credit takes a while to repair. It really does. And good credit is very valuable in this world. No credit is as bad as bad credit.
Right.
Okay, right. So you have no credit for a long time, then 2 credit cards. But how did those credit cards get so out of whack?
Well, one, I paid for a funeral, unfortunately, and then the rest just moved to a house and purchased stuff that.
And you're out of work now, right? You can't make minimum payments.
No, I haven't been able to for the last month. I've been fine all the way up until
that sucks, man.
Well, how would you possibly give them a one-time offer?
Yeah, but you asked about settlement. There is a such thing as settlement. However, credit cards don't often settle unless you're really, really at the brink. And they'll ask you to share information, like income. They'll ask you to share other debt. I mean, they want to know why they should settle with you. And the only reason they would settle is if they feel they wouldn't get anything anyway. So do you have, for example, if you have equity in your home, they'll never settle. So tell me about yourself. Are you judgment proof?
Yeah, I would say.
You don't own anything of value. Let me ask you that. Do you own anything of value?
I do not. I have a car, and my husband and I have a house. And
well, okay. Whoa. A house? How much do you owe on the house?
We just bought it, so it's probably 5. We just moved. So.
Oh, wait, hold on. How much you pay for the house?
We paid 6, I think. 5. I can't remember.
How do you guys qualify? You're talking about $600,000. How do you guys qualify for that? Who has the good job?
Yeah, my husband.
Okay.
And my credit was great. I'm on the loan as well.
Are you telling me that your husband, he had to have qualified you? How much money were you making?
I was only making, like $17 an hour.
Then your husband, he makes a lot of money then to qualify.
Yeah.
Okay. Why doesn't he help you make minimum payments on your credit card, at least to preserve your credit, not for long term? Did he say, sorry, honey, that's your problem?
No. No. He hasn't done that. He pays everything else. The house payment, utilities,
Chris,
everything.
I'm serious now. Just temporarily, you should have made the minimum payments on the credit card to preserve your credit. It's too late now, but why didn't he? Why didn't he make the minimum payments? How much are the minimum payments on those cards?
I think one is two something, I believe.
No,
and
that
the other one, I think
maybe he didn't know.
Yeah.
All right. So
he didn't.
Here, do you listen? Do you guys have money in the bank?
We do.
Okay, you're not judgment proof. You have a $600,000 house. You have money in the bank. He has a good job. They can come after him for your credit cards if they can deem it family doctrine. Are you the only one on those credit cards?
I sure am.
What kind of stuff? But you bought stuff like a funeral and other things. If they deem it to be what's called family doctrine, your husband is going to be liable.
Okay.
I mean, it's not set in stone that he will be liable, but there's a good possibility. You guys have to attack this as a team. It's not just your problem, Chris. It's his problem, too. So if you have money in the bank, how much total? 14 grand in debt?
Yes.
Okay. How much money do you have in the bank?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's his account. I have zero.
Well, you better pay it off. Now, if he has money in the bank, call and try to negotiate something. Does Mark, that credit relief, or that guy that we have,
Alucard, yeah, they're on.
Do they do help, right? Suzanne.
What about our deputy on line 1? Could he help with anything?
Okay, you know what? You're right. We got to talk to him because
this woman's got way bigger problems.
We have a new deputy that deals with credit and finance.
Am I not the only one focused upon? She got credit cards. Husband never knew. He doesn't want anything to do with paying them off because he's pissed. That's where this is going.
Right. Yeah, and I feel that it's my responsibility because they're in my name, and
But Chris,
did what I did.
All right. It's your responsibility. You can't materialize things out of thin air. You don't have the money. You don't have a job. So how the hell are you going to settle? Why are you even asking that question? If your husband doesn't help you with the bank account, why did you even ask that? Okay, Chris, you're 14 grand in debt. Divide that up. Is it 7 and 7? How many? Or 10 and 4? What is it?
It's 6 and what was it? 6 something and 7 something.
Okay, hold on a sec. It's 6 and 7. So let's just say that the one for 7 grand. Okay, they say, oh yeah, we'll take 4,500. Now what do you do? What do you do?
Exactly.
Well, then why are you asking for settlement? They don't settle unless you have money to settle and unless you're in dire straits. And they're going to see your husband has money and they're going to see that you have a house. You're in a bad shape to settle. Hold on a second. Just hold on. And now's a good time. I want to introduce Scott Pearson. Suzanne found him. We cull through people that want to help us and volunteer and help us. We call them deputies, jokingly, because, troubleshooters like the sheriff. It's been a long-standing theme. Anyway, we have fun with it, but we have some pretty qualified people. Deputy Doc, Deputy Smarty Pants, and we have Deputy Dan. And we really do, we really do have people that work their asses off. And Deputy Scott, we don't have a nickname yet, but we will. He worked in finance. Scott, you're listening to this. There's no hope for a settlement, in my opinion. What do you think?
I agree with you, Tom.
Why is...
If she's got money, then
there's
really no hope for settlement. The best thing she can do is just stay in contact with the credit card company, explain her situation, and see if they'll work with them.
You're right about that. Creditors love communication. They love it.
I don't think... Okay.
What?
I think she's judgment-proof. I would guess the house, everything is in the old man's
No, she's on both. She's on the house.
You're on the house?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Both the loan and the deed. That they're going to put a lien on her house.
Oh, gosh.
Yes. That's what happens. So you need to make a plan. Here's the problem. Your husband thinks it's just your problem.
Right.
Well, that's where he's wrong. So you need to gently tell your husband, dear, I got into trouble. We need to pay this off, and I'll work my ass off to pay it back to the household.
Or at minimum, quit claim that house. You're half of it.
No, okay, that could.
I think the hubby's just pissed, man. If you really went to him and had something negotiated, would he pay it or no?
Probably.
Mark,
yes.
There you
Mark,
go.
here's the deal, though, Mark.
Like I said.
They're not going to negotiate a settlement. She's only $14,000 in debt and has a $600,000 home.
I bet our a la carte guy could get her a settlement.
Okay, what's his name again? I've known him for years. Damn it, and he's a good guy.
I think it's called debt a la carte.
Yeah, can we get him on and see what he thinks on this? And then, you hold on, okay, Chris? Just hold on. Well, and I want to bring up Scott again, our new deputy. Scott, what background do you have, sir, since you're going to be a deputy on the show?
I have a background in accounting. I did outsourced accounting for small businesses, and I've worked in the banking industry as well as the credit card industry.
Okay. Hey, you got it all. Now, don't credit cards, and really the people in finance, don't they have a bottom line, or not a bottom line, but a line item for people not paying? Don't they expect a certain amount of default in credit cards?
Yes, they do. Yes.
And that's why rates are so high. I mean, they expect a certain amount of people are going to default. Now, what about these ones that don't they all have zero interest if you pay it every month, the full amount, right? So I'm a bad credit card customer, I would imagine, because if I have a credit card and I don't pay, and I pay every dime every month, they're not making a lot of money, or do they still love me because of maybe the yearly fee or maybe the discount? Do they do they still make money? Do they, I guess what I'm asking, Scott, do they like people who pay off the entire balance and don't pay finance charges?
Yes, they like customers like that, and they do make money every time you use the card at a restaurant.
Right, the discount. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So listen, we're going to be talking to you more, and we got to come up with a nickname. And did you ever have a nickname growing up?
I did.
Okay.
Was it Tubby? What was it?
No, what was it?
No,
did it have to do with Scott toilet paper? No, tell me. No.
No.
Okay. I wouldn't do that. But I'm thinking something in the lines of bean counter, something like that.
Okay.
That's derogative.
No, it isn't.
Bean counter?
They call them all the time. They call these accountants.
That's an insult.
It is not. That's what they call them, bean counters. And so here's what I'll do. This has to mull over. See, at first I called Deputy Smarty Pants. We called him Deputy B for a while. I don't know why, but then it just came to us, the Smarty Pants part. And his name's Marty. So we'll come up with something. Thank you, Scott, though, seriously, for helping us out. More coming up.
What did they say then about their exhibit?
She's advisor. You get someone who understands. There's an art to listening. Who's able to hear more than what's being said and can provide tailored small business solutions that make you feel truly heard. For advice on everything,
10 seconds, fix it.
Solutions powered by Intel Vehicle Platform. Call an advisor today at 877-ASK-DEL.
Fix It 24/7 for home services like plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. These are major systems in your home. You want a company that you can have a relationship with, that'll come to your house, get to know it, and then they pass that information on to their other divisions. So it's kind of like a PPO for health, right? You got all the different divisions, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, but they all communicate, and they become part of the family. And you can have them at your home, for example, if you're part of their membership, for yearly maintenance on your stuff and priority appointments and all that. Or you can just get them into your house to diagnose a problem at any time for $39. If you have the work done, you don't pay the $39, and you have all prices up front with a 100% guarantee. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939.
Okay, feel like you've heard everything there is to hear about COVID? Well, think again. See, there are new forms of the virus spreading quickly across the country. So now it's more important than ever.
Oh, but what was the call about? I missed it. Ken, we've had no gas issue on this show yet. None. We had a gal call on that. The only one I know you're talking about is the only one that you could have heard is a gal named Ashley who lives in a townhome and there's raw sewage outside. Oh, you are? Huh. John, let me see if I still have your phone number. Hang on. Hang on a minute. I'll text you when I can go in and ask Tom. Let's see here. Ken. What's your last name, Ken? Oh, yeah. 720-577-7987. Okay, give me a minute. Let me go ask Tom, and I'll text you if he wants. If you're able to, can you take pictures and text them to me? Okay, let me see if Tom thinks it's necessary. I don't want you to go over to the raw sewage if we don't have to have you over there, man. But let me ask him, and I'll text you. All righty, man. Thank you. Bye. Do I have a
6400? Whether it be a repair or whether it be a major replacement, keep them in mind, especially with the storms coming. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
This is Brent Iverson of Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still
Okay.
at record lows, but you don't want
Tom, I don't even know what Philip's problem is with the satellite stuff, but he says the only way he could get a document to us was via USPS, and he has 5 days to respond.
He has to mail to us. He can't.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't even know what the problem is.
See if he can read it to us.
He's a fucking letter from the satellite company, and he's saying he'll mail it to us. He can't take a picture of it with his cell phone.
He says he can't. He says, and I only have 5 days to respond to this letter. But what is the issue?
I don't know. He returned his fucking satellite equipment. Now he says he doesn't know what they sent him a letter of credit. I mean, I don't know what to tell him.
I'll try to transcript the letter.
All the benefits of IDs at your door.
Fucking people, get into the fucking groove, all right?
He's still on satellite TV.
0987-2155.
What happens when health insurance goes further? When we combine access and attention with community and compassion? When data helps 2 million at-risk senior citizens get COVID-19 vaccines? Everything changes. At America's Health Insurance Plans, we're bringing health insurance providers together.
Delivering
care and coverage for better health and lower costs. Why? Because care changes everything. Learn more at carechangeseverything.org.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KO. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
From the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
bright sunshine and a warming trend in the forecast. The high today 50, 66 tomorrow for opening day, and 70s this Easter weekend. I'm Fox 31, Good Fun Weather Meteorologist Brooks Garner.
When you're ready to buy a new home and want a mortgage lender who can help
All right, guys. Going about 10 minutes. 10 seconds.
get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax payments all in real time, Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Free market valuations of your home. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. The market valuation is based on vast market experience. You can take it to the bank, so to speak, and it's free. There's no obligation. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. So,
did you see this guy from A1 Family Maintenance smoking a joint on that Facebook? Or, I mean, what do you think of this guy?
Okay, here's what I think. I always try to get a feel for people.
Like Shannon.
I like to look him in the eyes. I like to talk to him. I see this guy's picture, and my immediate response is he's not a ripoff, that he's more like just trying to do it, but it may be not good enough, because remember now, he took the money, but he did show up. It's not like he took the money and ran. He took the money and was maybe in over his head. Now, he's claiming to her, according to her, that they made too many changes. That's what he'll claim. He did send us a letter. By the way, A1 Family Maintenance Services and Remodeling. The guy goes by CJ. He has a long name, but he goes by CJ. He's quite upset with us. And I understand that. And the reason I understand that is because people have no obligation to talk to us about problems. However, here's my feeling. When a company is rude, vulgar, or just hangs up and won't even address it, then I think that's bad news. If they said to us, hey, we don't want to talk to you, we'll take care of it with our customer directly, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. And then we wait to see if they take care of it or at least talk to the customer.
But like in this situation, the customer is so frustrated at either the lack of communication or the bad job within itself, they're reaching out to us for help already. It's not like she didn't try to get in touch with CJ numerous times. It's not like she didn't try to deal with him.
Yeah, but I think it's more, in my opinion now, it's just a gut feeling. There's no substance to this other than gut. He's more of an in over his head kind of not knowing what to do, or maybe he's just not skilled enough, and rather than just a flat-out ripoff.
And you got all that from a picture of him smoking a joint?
No, not just a picture, but from his response to us. Mark, remember this, too. He showed up a lot.
Okay, so he did better than the biggest scumbags out there. Okay. And I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying
if people want to rip people off, they don't show up. Or they show up with people and don't pay those people. Or, it has a different thumbprint.
Well, CJ, if you're listening, reach out to her and figure something out with her.
Here's what he wrote to us, basically. In essence, we don't owe anyone an explanation except our client. He's right. Okay. And we're not willing to have these sort of slanderous public feuds with our client and media. Okay, so fine. I understand that. He could have told us that on there. We'd rather handle this personally. But I don't know if this might be an evasive maneuver just to hoping we go away, though, and then trying to threaten us. And then he doesn't want us to share a lot of this correspondence. Well, we never promised you a rose garden to begin with. So, and then he says, we respect the privacy of our client. Well, okay, but your client called us, so that the privacy's out the window.
That's what I'm saying. He's acting like we just called him out of the blue.
And will not have this fight. Okay, he doesn't want, I don't understand. So in other words, I think what he's saying is he doesn't want to have a fight with the client on the air. But that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to see what your view of this is. She told us everything has to be torn out and redone, and she didn't get a penny of value for $52,000. That's serious. However, can you fix it? Can you fix it?
Are you willing to if you did screw up?
I don't know if she's willing to have him back. Here, see, it's all screwed up. We're going to have an expert look at his work. We respect the privacy of the client, he says, and we don't want to have a fight. Okay, I get that too. So this letter isn't that bad. And then he's saying, we'll take any action from Tom Martino and anyone acting on his behalf who approaches us as harassment.
Yeah, by using Tammy's $50,000 to hire an attorney.
Yeah. Now, and here's the deal. You can't. It's not harassment, for goodness sakes. It's just not, okay? I've had that happen. We've had several people try to charge me with harassment, for God's sakes. It just doesn't work. We're just trying to help you, and we're trying to help her. And then he'll be sharing this with the police department.
See,
what the hell is he talking about?
I know. It's crazy.
What is he? CJ,
he needs
what
to
the
share
hell?
with the police department that this woman paid him $52,000 is very upset.
Now, I have the freedom, and now you told me about your freedom and privacy. Let me tell you mine. I have the freedom to talk about you and this situation. Now, I haven't seen the work firsthand. I can't speak to it. We're going to have an expert go out there, okay? But so far what we know is she paid $52,000. she was promised the job would be done in 45 days. I don't care about that part of it, really. She says the entire thing has to be redone. I think your attitude from the beginning just kind of feels guilty to me, okay? That's all. It's a gut feeling. And I don't think you went into this job intending to rip her off. That's just my opinion. I think you're in over your head and you don't know what you're doing. And I wouldn't hire, just based on this, A1 Family Maintenance Services and Remodeling. I wouldn't do it. Now, again, you're welcome to come on the show and speak and talk about anything. Now, if you want to go hiring attorneys and all that, that is the most insane, stupid thing I've ever heard of. But I just warn people not to use this guy, especially just from this initial thing. However, we will report back what our expert says about the work. And it's A1 Family Maintenance Services and Remodeling. I would avoid him right now. It's 720-800-5510. And by the way, no, you're not. We're not harassing you, sir. This is a public forum, just like social media. And you're all over social media, smoking joints on your Facebook page.
It's amazing he doesn't think we have a right to an opinion. His client called us complaining about him. I don't understand where he's coming from.
Guys, Deputy Dan said that another bad review came up on him on Facebook today, and he took it down. I didn't even know a business could take down a review on themselves.
I think if it's on your page, you can take it off your timeline, right?
What is his Facebook page where you got these pictures?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Mark wants to know the link. Okay. Now, we have more to talk about. Philip and Jason, hang on.
This is Denver's
Our going to get done fast in a minute.
Dan Kaplis in the
Mark.
afternoon.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Art of Granite get found fast.
Get found. They just had one.
I know. We do them all. And Art of
Wait a
Granite.
minute. Didn't we just do Art of Granite?
Yeah, but we do them.
Are you sure they're not the same we just did?
No, we keep doing them, bro.
Fix it last one. He didn't do it.
Okay, cool.
6th Avenue backing you up to Santa Fe, so just watch out for delays heading into downtown. And just getting reports for crash off highway at Alameda and Navajo. That's just west of I-25. Watch out for police and rescue vehicles arriving to the scene. The rest of the drive across town in fairly decent shape on the highway drive. Southbound I-25 still a bit slow downtown. South of I-70, westbound 270 solid either side of Vasquez as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather going to be sunny today with a high near 51. Right now a few clouds at 39. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
When you're ready,
About 10 seconds, get done fast. Art ready to go.
who can help you plan with certainty. Rocket can. Get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates all in real time. Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
You know, we are all spending a lot more time at home, and you want your house to be beautiful. If you're having that same look in that kitchen and you want to upgrade it, or your bathroom, I want you to check out the Art of Granite. You know something that Mitch decided to do? They only charge for the fabrication and installation. They actually give you wholesale prices on the granite itself. They have the most beautiful line of tops. You're going to love it. In fact, Suzanne and I used them not only for our bathroom and part of our kitchen, but also for our laundry room. It's a great way of doing business. TheArtOfGranite.com. Go check them out. Call up Mitch. TheArtOfGranite.com. Now, one thing you can do if you own a business and you have a website, you can call up GetFoundFast.com and they will give you a free webinar. It usually takes about a half hour. Here's what's cool about it. They're going to show you how to use your own Google panel if you've never done it. Right there will help you when it comes to search results on Google. A lot of people that have small businesses and websites haven't even looked at their own website in 90 days. If you fall into this category, call up, get the free advice. GetFoundFast.com. That's GetFoundFast.com.
Are you part of Colorado's dirty little secret? Did you know that Colorado ranks lower than comparable states for recycling? You can help. Recycling valuable material, like glass bottles and jars, creates jobs here in Colorado and protects our wild places. Take the pledge, no less in the trash, at EraseTheWasteCO.org.
Sponsored by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
If you are looking for an affordable vehicle or you just want to trade your car in, make sure you check out the Sharpest Rides in Englewood. Their lot is full of cars, SUVs, trucks, luxury rides, you name it. What you're looking for, you'll find at the Sharpest Ride. Whether you have good credit or bad credit, they're there for you. Check out the Sharpest
Can
Ride.
you believe this guy?
Hi.
Yeah, he's a loser.
It's just crazy.
Did you read the back and forth? I usually don't egg people on, but I couldn't help myself, Vic. He was like, do not contact me again or I'm calling the police. I replied, LOL. I mean, just crazy.
What's amazing, then he writes you back again.
Yeah, and this is, you deceptively called me, Mark, that was so innocent. Dan, you know, it's just, you know, I thought I was talking to a stranger. I mean, like, well, you know what I mean, just a random. Well,
I love it when people's own customers call us because they can't get anywhere.
Yeah.
And then they act like, oh, I'll deal with my customer. Well, they wouldn't be calling you, numbskull, if you were dealing with them.
Yeah. Remember Deputy Ken, who had cancer, was going to kill himself? We had him in, kind of had him in a few times. So he wasn't really a deputy, but he was kind of, he was more suicidal.
Yeah, I remember.
We tried to make him a deputy, but he was sick.
Yes.
No, he just called. Yeah.
I remember that.
He just called. He lives across from the sewage, raw sewage, and wondered if he wanted pictures.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
If he's right there, yes.
He sounded. I don't know.
All right, Judgy. Hey, it's 11:37, bro.
Did he sound like Mark after 6?
Did he sound like Mark during COVID? How much do you think the average person...
I drank more.
There was no doubt, man. Especially in the deep, deep part of it where nothing was open. No restaurants. The takeout wasn't even going.
In the afternoon, I'd pop open Jack Daniels. And Coke. A little lemon.
Diet Coke. I had one in your house. It was some kind of honey flavor.
Oh, my God. Jack Daniels honey should be forbidden.
Most grocery store nuts are old.
I get a little into the whiskeys. A little. Well, there's one that's made in Breckenridge called Breckenridge.
And Shanahan's. That's good.
No, Stranahan's. Stranahan's. Did I tell you when I was working that Colorado Springs deal, and I met with KRDOs years ago, and I met with this one endorsement. I don't remember who it was. He goes, you know, the last time I heard from somebody up here with Tom Martino, this guy Mike came up, and he handed me a half drunk bottle of Stranahan's.
I gave him a gift to give to him.
And he drank half of it, and this guy says, I didn't even know what to say to him. He hands me a half-drink bottle. Holy shit. Mike truly had a fucking problem, didn't he? Well, he still does. Oh, that's right. Remember he called us up from Haiti or something on the air when that hurricane went through, or wherever that went.
He said, Jesus. I know.
Get your podcast.
Hey, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, on the, I need to take Jason because he's been waiting yesterday. Don't go away, Chris, on that credit thing. We're still trying to mull that over.
And then what about, hey, Jason, what's going on with PayPal? It's so frustrating to deal with them. What's going on with you, man?
So yesterday, Mark said something, and I realized I needed to call because I think Mark nailed where I'm at with PayPal, and I don't really know.
Tell us what it is. What's the problem?
So I bought something from basically an eBay seller, paid for it with PayPal and PayPal credit. They advertise that they have good fraud protection and good less than described protection. I bought an engine. The seller removed the turbos and the exhaust manifold off of it. And
wait, whoa, hold on. This engine, it was actually advertised as a turbocharged engine, and he removed the turbos? Because if he was selling you just the engine, and then he removed the turbos, and what else did he remove?
So I had.
What else did he remove in addition to the turbos?
The exhaust manifolds, turbos.
Yeah, that seems. You know, some people, by the way, argue that the manifolds are not part of it when you buy an engine, and I don't really know. There's all kinds of different descriptions when you buy a short block, you buy an engine, you buy this, you buy that, whether the accessories come or not. And anyway, what happened?
So in the beginning, I had asked for clarification, and I asked for a price specifically on everything. Complete, everything complete. I wanted everything.
Right.
And they responded back, and they gave me a price, and I paid the price.
And you have the communication on that where it says this is for everything.
Yes, I do. And I've got two messages from them that say to me that the engine will be provided complete, and that they will ship it with the transmission and the alternator and the power steering pump and complete is how it was stated.
Okay. And what happened?
So I received it, and it shipped in on a pallet. So I went to the FedEx depot in Commerce City to pick it up, and it's packaged really well. It's strapped down to a brand new pallet. It is shrink wrapped. Extremely.
What's the problem?
It looked like. So I took the shrink wrap off, and I find that it's got no turbos on it. So I call them back, and they say, "Oh, well, we didn't sell it to you with the turbos on it, but we'll sell you the turbos for another $900."
Well, that's what I'm asking. How was it advertised?
He said complete.
No, not complete, Mark. How was the engine advertised? Because an engine advertised as an engine is complete without turbos.
Yeah, but he's saying he specifically asked him about certain things. So when you shared the correspondence you just talked about, what did they say?
They've said nothing to me.
Because here's why, guys. Unless it says turbocharged V8 such and such, you're not getting a turbo. And if it just said an engine and then you happen to see turbos, it doesn't mean you're going to get them. I don't know how else to put that. I mean, the turbos are extra. They're not part of the engine.
Send us your correspondence with
That's
them.
really... In the correspondence, what did you say? Hey, I want to be sure... First of all, how did you even know it came with turbos? How did you even know that? Was it in the picture?
No, it's it's the engine from the vehicle. It's a BMW 335D engine.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Hold on. How was it advertised exactly? Was it exactly
advertised? What I'm telling you, Tom, is that I asked specifically for a price.
God.
The complete engine.
Okay, hold on a second. We're passing each other. No. You know what? I'm asking a simple question. I'm not talking about what you asked about. I have to go back and prove that. I want to see how was it listed.
I think what he's saying is he just emailed him going, this is the kind of engine I need. I don't know if it was literally advertised.
Okay. Can I have let me just put it. Is there an ad that you maybe screenshot or something, or how did you do it? Did you see it on eBay? That's all I need to know. Did you see an engine advertised?
I took a screenshot of the eBay ad, and then whenever I sent the correspondence to them, I took a screenshot of that.
Okay. On the screenshot of the eBay ad, how is the engine advertised? That's all I want to know.
It was listed as complete dropout engine BMW 335D.
Okay. So it said complete dropout engine from a BMW such and such. Do all of those BMWs have turbos?
A 335D does, yes.
And that's what he said. It came from that, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So then you would assume it was advertised, if it came from that engine, and it said a complete dropout engine from this BMW such and such, all of those BMWs have a turbocharger. So it is, but there are some people... I don't know about the BMW, but there are some people, when you sell an engine...
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, okay, good. So we need to figure out, when you wrote back to him and said, I want to make sure everything comes with this, was he, in his mind, could think, yeah, everything does come with it as an engine. You're asking, does everything come with it as an installation?
Again, I specified in the request to him that I wanted... The engine, the wiring harness, the ECM, the accessories on the...
Did you mention, Jason, did you mention in the communications the turbo?
I did not, because the engine was already listed as complete.
God, okay.
So the other things that I wanted were accessories. The accessories.
I don't know enough. See, I don't know enough about buying car engines like this. I don't know enough to know if you would assume that the turbo comes with it when you say I want everything. I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about it. So,
well, my God, if it's coming with the power steering pump, which I believe he said, it should definitely come with the turbo if it was on there.
Did it come with everything? Did it come with starters? Did it come with other stuff like that?
It came with all the vacuum lines that come to control the
Wait,
turbo.
it did come with. Hold on, it did come with the starter and generator or alternator and all that.
It still has the belt on it from.
Did it come? Okay,
yeah, he's saying it had the CERT belt, which means yes, it did.
Okay, so it did come with the alternator and the starter.
Yeah. I just saw it as something. Are you sure it came? I don't know anything about this vehicle.
Then
but did they have a turbo and a non-turbo model?
No.
Okay.
That's what I asked. So I'm trying Jason, I was trying every which way but loose to figure out why this guy thinks the turbo is extra. But everything you're telling me says he knew exactly what he was doing. If he even put the starter and the alternator in there and the power steering pump and then left out the turbo, that's like he purposely took the turbos off. So what about just getting, here's what we have to figure out. What's PayPal doing? Now that I get the picture, what are they going to do for you?
Tell your smart device to play 630K.
All right, Mr. Green Jeans, come up in a minute.
Wait, who? Mr. Green Jeans.
Okay, Mr. Green Jeans. Denver's talk station.
Mr. Green Jeans.
1,000 devices. Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
From the Bedford Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Mile High City in fairly decent shape for the most part. There's a couple of trouble spots both on and off the highway, like police reporting trash downtown, northbound I-25.
Aren't they being considered part of it? If all that other shit was, hell yeah. It sounds like the car was totaled and they just pulled the whole thing out.
Also watch out for crash being cleared at Alameda and Navajo.
I think Mark could get this done if it's even if it's a half-ass company. If we light them up, I mean, all they have to do is send them the turbo.
Today with a high of 51, tonight clear overnight, low of 26, tomorrow sunny, 67. Right now, a few clouds and 39. Your impact traffic and weather. I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
When you're ready to buy a new home and when a mortgage lender
10 seconds till Mr. Green Jeans.
Rocket can. Need a lender who can help you understand all your mortgage options, get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates, all in real time? Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
Do you remember who Mr. Green Jeans was on Captain Kangaroo? Well, Mr. Green Jeans LLC.com is my landscaping company. I don't mean mine. I mean I use them at my home. It's Tammy and Bob. Tammy and Bob and their son Travis own Mr. Green Jeans, and they do cleanup, aeration, tree and shrub care, sprinkler installation and repair, fertilizer treatments. We use them at our home. They're residents of Colorado 30 years, and they know how to do it right. I personally use them, and you can too. Good people. Our lawns are actually greener. 303-426-4945. 303-426-4945. You can trust them, and in this field, you need that. MrGreenJeansLLC.com.
Now, use the power of radio advertising to connect to customers around the corner.
Mr. Green
Introducing
Jeans.
iHeart Ad Builder nationwide, a new way to advertise your product or service from coast to coast. It's the ideal way to grow your company from a local web-based business into a company with customers all over the country. Use iHeart Ad Builder nationwide to create your own custom radio ad quickly and cost-effectively. Just click, listen, approve, then hear it on the radio. For a free customized ad, sign up now at iHeartAdBuilder.com.
Homeowners experiencing pipe leaks or low water pressure? Is your water bill unexpectedly high? These are signs of pipe failure due to old corroded pipes. Only
You did tell Susan she gets a normal 10, right? That's her impression, right? Uh-huh.
Hey, Mark, you'll have a 888 heating right before we come back in and close the clock out.
Okay.
573-0086. That's
Hi, Bo.
573-0086.
Have you found yourself looking around your house and,
Wish we had a pool.
Wish I didn't share my office with a washer and dryer.
Wish we could have a real master bathroom. Lightstream can make your wishes a reality with a fixed-rate home improvement loan. With Lightstream, you'll get rates as low as 3.99% APR with autopay and excellent credit. Go to lightstream.com/easy today, and radio listeners can get an additional interest rate discount. The application takes minutes online with no appraisal, no fees, and no home equity required. Make your home the home you wish for. Apply today at lightstream.com/easy and get an additional interest rate discount. That's lightstream.com/easy for additional discount. lightstream.com/EASY.
Subject to credit approval, rates range from 3.99% APR to 16.49% APR and includes 0.5% auto-pay discount. Lowest rate requires excellent credit. Terms and conditions apply. Offers are subject to change without notice. Visit lightstream.com/easy for more information. Equal housing lender. I know what it's like to live with pain, and I know what it's like to get relief. At 67, I'm living my best life. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, 10-2 with Colorado Pain Care.
Oh, this guy
the
is
latest
funny.
evidence-based treatments, nerve blocks, steroids, spinal cord
Did you see his newest one?
therapy,
Who?
more, all with proven results.
The A1 family. I am herein requesting that my name nor my company be mentioned without our permission, as we do not wish to participate. We do not wish to participate.
Tom, I have Brad O'Brien on, and I sent you some talking point thingies.
Where
Stuff.
talking point?
I emailed them to you.
Earlier?
Just about in the last 10 minutes.
Good.
Taxes are going up.
All right.
Your retirement savings are going to be taxed to smithereens. But there's one proven time-tested strategy that lets you legally pay zero taxes on your hard-earned retirement money. And you can learn all about it in a free report from Bank on Yourself. Get it now at legallypayzerotax.com. This strategy also grows your wealth.
Who is this guy? I feel so stupid. This Getz guy. Matt Gates. I don't know. Why? He's the one under federal Okay, he's a Republican in Florida. Okay.
To get this free report,
Sexual activity with a woman. Underage. 17, I guess. I don't know when, though. Here we go.
It's spring, another tax filing deadline. Unfortunately for some, more back tax debt. Or worse, you're afraid to file. Reality check. The IRS is in full force, vigorously making up for lost time. Better get Larson.
He says these people are just trying to blackmail him.
Tax collection pandemic
for $25 million.
How else are they going to pay for all those stimulus checks? Larson specializes in emergency and long-term tax relief. Emerged from the pandemic way better than you could.
He's basically saying it's a shakedown, period.
Don't fall prey to herd stupidity. Putting off tax problems. There's no tax forgiveness. Get the guidance.
Hey, what do you want to bet? That woman for, not Weinstein. Who was the guy that, Clinton, all these guys went to the private island?
Epstein.
So Epstein, remember, he died in prison, no cameras, no nothing. The woman that was getting him all the young chicks is coming up for trial towards, what do you bet she dies? I'll bet you dinner she disappears.
Is she in prison?
Apparently.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
303-713-8255. Bradley O'Brien's on our show so much. He's a real estate expert attorney. They dedicate themselves to real estate law. And let me tell you something. That is one hell of an area because we get so many questions about them. And one of the things we always talk about closing documents and reviewing them. So, Brad, it's so easy in commercials to say, hey, you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in real estate. Why not have your documents reviewed for a few $100 or whatever? Can I ask you, in all your reviews, what are some of the things you find that it was a great idea? It turns out that it was a great idea they had them reviewed. In other words, does anything come to mind? Because we all look at real estate documents sometimes and our eyes glaze over. And unfortunately, some people just sit there and sign, Brad. I swear to you, the title company says, here, this is the note, and they sign it. This is the title, whatever, they sign it. They don't look at it. They don't read every word. What are some of the things they might miss?
Well, Tom, one thing we're seeing recently is that some unmarried couples or friends are buying properties together.
Yeah.
As tenants in common, and they just sign the purchase contract as tenants in common, and they close and they own the property together, but they don't have any agreements between them as to what that means. Tenant in common and co-owner, and that can turn into a disagreement when one of them wants to sell.
I know, even if they think they're in love and they're going to get married, it's really shaky ground.
Yeah, and they can address those type of contingencies up front in a tenants in common agreement that is relatively inexpensive to have drafted for them in comparison to a lawsuit that might come when.
So this is important. This is important. If people are buying property and they are together and they're not husband and wife, but they're either partners, friends, whatever it is, if they're not married, this is a dangerous way to buy real estate without additional documents. It's okay to have tenants in common where each of you have 50% and you protect yourself. However, it's really, if you don't have a partnership agreement, you could have people claiming, wait a minute, I have first right of refusal on your stuff, or I have more than 50%, or some other common problems. So you do a separate partnership agreement that goes along with this. Is that how you do it?
Well, yes, it's a tenants in common agreement. It's a standalone document that gets recorded. The document itself doesn't get recorded, but a short memorandum of it does.
Yeah.
And it puts on record title that there's this other agreement out there that governs some.
See, that's important.
Different eventualities.
So many people think the deed is the only thing. The way they take the deed is all that matters. They don't understand that you can have additional documents if you want. So I want to go over that, and then I want people to call if they have any questions, Bradley. Hold on. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Okay, so Philip. Suzanne, you were going to try to get this letter read in a way we can understand it.
I typed it up and sent it to you guys.
Thank you. She actually had him read it, and then she sent it to us.
Here's the big question. I just read it. Who is this from? It sounds like it's from his credit card company, not DirecTV or Dish. Who's this from?
It says to assist you in obtaining. See, this is after he turns in the equipment. They sent him a box. He turned in his satellite equipment. He's moving. They let him out of the contract, he said. But now it says to assist you in obtaining a letter he just got. To assist you in obtaining credit for this charge, we need more info about the details of your inquiry. Please send a signed letter explaining your dispute. I don't even understand that. And it says, during our investigation of your inquiry, the amount in question was temporarily suspended. I think what they're saying, if the suspended amount is different than the statement from the merchant's credit, I don't even understand.
It sounds like he contested it on his credit card.
That's what it sounds like to me.
I don't think this has anything to do with Dish.
No, it doesn't sound like it, because I think he contested it before he sent the stuff back.
And just hold on, all right, Philip, and we'll figure this out. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Did you say 888 or Master? I'm sorry.
Fucking every time I hear from this fucking woman.
Original podcast.
What's that?
Operation Midnight Climax, an undercover brothel dosing unwitting Americans with LSD, a mind control experiment gone horribly wrong. Back in the 50s.
Okay, good. I got my plan out of the protection, so I don't need that extra insurance anymore.
If you watch the new, oh man, what is it called, where they're after the bad guys? John Walsh did it forever.
Yeah, Most Wanted.
Most Wanted. So they've had 3 episodes so far. It's fucking great, man.
The new one is?
Yeah, so check this out. You know how they do age progressions of people?
Yeah.
So now they do this 3D rendering. So the host will be sitting right there, and then the age progression is a 3D virtual character on the stage with them. So you've got such an idea of what you're looking for. It's fucking incredible, man.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Instead of just a photo or a sketch, they've got what this guy will look like at the age of 75 now.
Is Adam Walsh still doing this?
No.
Not Adam.
I don't know if he's... Yeah, Adam was his kid. God, what a horrible story. You know, talk about taking a tragedy to something great, think of how many bad guys that son of a bitch put in prison. I think he did about as good of a job as anybody on this planet.
Good wages.
The whole thing did make me wonder, can a contractor or someone we're bitching about on the show get a restraining order against a radio show?
No.
Okay, I just
How would it
wondered.
work? How would it work?
I don't know.
They're not even here.
You can't abridge our rights. A restraining order is when you're in fear of your life and safety. Now,
Okay. Well, I didn't threaten to kill him or anything, so that's good.
no. But get a restraining order from mentioning them because of their...
You think the police will laugh at him if he goes to the police? I said, be sure to
They
tell him.
probably arrest him for driving.
He has an ankle bracelet.
If he wants to charge me with harassment, he can. I mean, do you realize what that would do to freedom of speech? If you can't talk about people because they feel harassed? Come on. It'd be crazy. We can hardly get them to fucking arrest real people. But, you know.
The officers blame Trump's tweets and inflammatory statements for inciting the violence. The future of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is unclear, with no winner in last week.
You know, that poor bastard, man. Benjamin over there.
Netanyahu.
He, like, that country hasn't had, like, they've been trying to get rid of him for, like, 10 years. He just keeps coming back.
But did he do wrong? Did he do anything wrong?
Yeah, he's still under investigation. I mean, he hasn't been.
But what did he do wrong?
I have no idea.
What is he being investigated for?
God almighty,
Right.
why do they fucking take CNN off of there?
Why do you want to watch
I
CNN?
know.
No, I want because here's why. Because I want to compare
Oh, you like comparing the news.
Fox and CNN specifically.
He's just saying that. He likes CNN. And then he's got, so Tom wants CNN on the left and MSNBC on the right, and then he turns Fox off.
Spilled your drink? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spilled messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading value brand. So you can get back to
$2 trillion spending bill. Jesus Christ.
Bounty.
Can you just fucking keep doing this?
What's that, bro?
Now he's doing $2 trillion.
Oh, I know, for the infrastructure.
How the fuck can you do that? How can you just keep doing
Tax and spend, man.
Actively funds and invites qualified
Wait till the mileage. Wait till what they're talking about, the mileage tax kicks in. So not only do you pay most of your gas prices taxes, now you're going to be paying mileage to the old IRS.
Yeah, but if you don't drive a lot.
For free at ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.
So they're going to take your mileage and make you pay.
HD2 Denver.
What's going to happen to Uber and Lyft?
Okay, so Crystal, the one with the credit advice, she told me, she emailed me, Suzanne, I've got a job interview at 12:30 I got to go to. I got to start paying these off. So like, hang on a minute. Then she emails, no, I told him I was running late.
Who's that, Rob?
For the job interview. Oh, my God. I'm going to ask her about it.
So go to Crystal so she can get you a job.
I'm going to ask. That's crazy.
Don't give her any shit.
Oh, my God. Why? That's crazy.
Because
trouble for fire season. State Attorney General Phil Weiser is urging the Secretary of Education to address the student loan crisis. Weiser is calling for
that's another bubble.
policies that
What?
help
Student
borrowers during the
loans.
pandemic and to
No, they're not. They're going to get rid of them.
ensure borrowers have more affordable monthly.
Maybe I should, instead of paying for my kids' college, maybe I should have them get all loans now and then pay them back if I have to. And then,
You know the problem?
They can erase them, maybe.
Trump did not have the House.
He did
So now
he had the first 2 years. He had everything. They fucked everything up. They had 2 years to do anything they wanted. No, they were fucking morons.
Center, travel around the Mile High City. Well,
Because right now Biden
wants to watch out
he's got
for.
free tickets.
That's what Clinton. That's what Trump had the first 2 years. The Republicans couldn't get together to fucking do anything, even when they had both the House and Senate.
Off highway. One wreck being cleared at Broadway and Dartmouth. Also, watch out for crash at Alameda and
Raising corporate tax, raising global minimum tax.
The area.
tax code to discourage corporations from off. Yeah, right.
Sure. Going to be sunny today with a high of 51. Tonight, clear over.
Well, that's what happened when they did all this shit under Obama, if you remember. All these big corporations went over to Ireland. They went everywhere under Obama. There was so much money moving out of the U.S., it scared the shit out of them. So they want to make sure when they raise corporate taxes again, they can't do that again.
You know, you heard me say life is its own teacher. There's only so much people are going to take before.
No, the pendulum, maybe.
Yeah, but here's the problem with the pendulum. And I agree with you totally. But Mark, we used to have a freer press and freer social media. Now they just choke down.
I think you forget, leading up to Trump when he came in, no one, including him, thought he'd ever win. I was probably one of the very few exceptions out there because the media was acting like he had no choice. They underestimated people. 888 heating. You know what I love about these guys? They give you the choices. I got an email the other day saying, Mark, you were right. They came out, I had a noise in my furnace, and it is an old furnace. It's 10, 15 years old. But instead of trying to sell me a new furnace, they fixed the one I had, they tuned it up, said it would be in good shape, and it cost me less than $400, and that included the trip charge. 888heating.com.
The Dan Kaplan Show. Afternoon sports.
All right, you guys.
Sorry, I started that late, I think.
No, you were actually perfect.
Hey, say that again so I can record you saying that.
No, you're good.
Right, so why isn't the media reporting on it?
All right, guys, there we go.
Did you hear what Aunt said, Suzanne? I'm perfect.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we are solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. This hour brought to you by SaferNet.com. Go to that website. You download an app. You'll get it free for 44 days. SaferNet.com. It could be one of the most important things you do because right now there are so many scams out there online and viruses and malware and ransomware. If you download this app, put it on your tablet, your cell phone, your computer, it's only a few bucks a month per device. But don't spend a dime. Just do it free for 44 days if you put Tom in the promo code, SaferNet.com. It's worth it. SaferNet.com. No bad software can do harm to you with this on your stuff. SaferNet.com. Okay, we got to get rid of Chris because she needs to go to work or get a job interview. I mean, she's right now running late for a job interview, which is not good form. So I got to get her on and off. And again, I don't know exactly. I thought we had given her all the advice we know how. We did have a few extra questions. What we want to do is emphasize, Chris, this is what I wanted to end with. You're in debt, $14,000, a credit card. It's in your name only. However, you have a $600,000 home, you and your husband, you're on it. We don't know if there's equity. No matter what, it shows a certain amount of stability, so credit cards are less likely to settle with you. Also, in order to settle, they want to take a look at income of the household, not just yours. You'd have to share a bunch of information with them. When they find out your husband has money, even though he's not on the account or he makes good money, right, they're not likely to settle because they just use logic, thinking, well, the wife will just get money from the husband or the husband get money from the wife if there's household income. We're not saying he might be legally liable. Maybe not. Maybe the family doctrine they look at and say, hey, she bought a lot of stuff that can be used for the family. He's going to be obligated. No matter what, it's not just your problem. So if you can't get your husband to help you pay it off, it's done. But I don't think they're going to settle with you at all. Mark thought...
Listen, this guy, Debt Relief a la carte, I'll give you his phone number out.
Right.
This guy, if anybody can settle something, he can, and you won't pay him a nickel if he can't. So it really doesn't matter. But he's 303-952-4894. And for other people listening, all he does is credit cards, not houses, cars, credit card debt.
And he knows about it. Again, you don't pay if he doesn't come through.
And what he did for years up till this is he collected for credit cards.
Now, so let's see if he can help you. Again, though, you have to have money to settle if you are going to settle. Mark, give that
Oh, my God. I just saw the picture of the sewage. This place needs to be shut down.
Before we get to that, give her the number again for a la carte.
303-952.
Okay,
4894.
303-952-4894. Now, call them. Get back to us on that, okay? Now, on the satellite issue, we don't know who wrote this letter. Philip sent his satellite equipment back, and then he gets a letter, okay? And the letter says, you know, in order to help you, we don't even know what it means. In order to help you with, what does it say, Mark? With the
dispute. This sounds like he disputed it. Ask him. Yeah. He needs to tell us who this letter's from.
Now, do you know who the letter's from, Philip? Who's the letter from?
Well, it's off a city card.
Okay. Yep, that's it. So here's what happened, okay? You disputed the charge on that equipment before you sent it back, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now,
I also got a date on here of 6/6/23.
It doesn't matter. Here's Philip. Here's the thing. Okay, let's simplify this. You saw that they charged you for the satellite equipment. That was before you sent it back. So you disputed the charge. Now you send the equipment back. Here's what's going to happen. If they credit you with the equipment you sent back, plus your credit card company credited you, you're actually going to come out ahead, which is wrong. You're going to actually rip off both the credit card company and the satellite people if that happened. Unintentionally rip them off. So here's what you need to do, Philip. Are you relatively certain that the satellite company will issue you a rebate the refund for the equipment?
Well, they told a while back I had talked to different locations of.
Okay, so I didn't get an answer. So I'm asking: are you relatively sure that after sending? When did you send back the equipment?
Oh, you mean that last one when I talked to you with the box?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Well, I'm thinking it might have been about a month ago.
Okay, you should have been credited by now. So,
call them up and see if you got credited. If so, then you're good.
Right. Yeah. I would. This letter right now. This letter was sent out before all that.
Yeah, this just keeps saying five days after you receive this letter, and
yeah, don't. It's not going to. What they're saying is they're not going to keep. They're going to put the charge back on your account if you don't respond. But here's the problem: when people contest a charge on their credit card, plus they work it out with the merchant, sometimes it gets confusing because they get 2 credits instead of 1. That's the problem here. So here's what I would do.
And different offices were telling me different things. I know.
I get it. Here's what I think you need to do, all right? What you need to do right now is nothing. Just call your satellite company first. As far as this letter, nothing. Call your satellite company and ask them if they received the equipment and when will they be issuing a refund.
They probably already did.
Just ask them, okay? Then call your credit card company and you say to them, I am trying to work out the issue directly with the satellite company. If I can't get the credit from them, then I'll be coming back for a dispute. Okay, that's all I have to. I mean, I can't put it any more plain than that. 303-713-8255. And I haven't forgotten about the PayPal issue. Let me bring up the thing again.
And then after the break, man,
this engine, it sounds to me, I know, Mark wants to talk about this sewage thing.
Well, no, the guy that went over and took the picture got chased off by management is how bad it is.
I'm getting him on.
No, we're going to publicize the hell out of it, but just hang on for a sec. Jason, this is after looking at this more, these guys, it had to be almost like, I think it was like a bait. You know, hey, let's make him think he's getting everything, and
That's how I feel about it. But it is complicated, and you pointed out the nuance of what does complete mean.
Yep.
And that's where I've asked PayPal and I've asked Synchrony Bank because it's, Synchrony Bank is the PayPal credit.
That's right. Now, is PayPal siding with you?
No.
What do they say?
They haven't told me anything other than they pushed the charge back to my account on March 8th.
But did they look? Did they look into it?
I assume so, but no one told me anything about it. You can talk to people at the dispute department, and they will give you the song and dance, a little seltzer down the pants. But other than that, you get kicked forward.
I like that. Okay, so listen.
Let's give this one to Marty.
No, yeah, but hold on. I don't know how they will. The seller. This is really between you and the seller. Okay.
I agree. I'm asking for a return, and the seller will not return it.
Wait. If they sent you the turbo, though, you'd be okay, right?
Well, I would need compensation because there's 6 manifold gaskets and a bunch of vacuum lines that have been messed with and a bunch of nuts and bolts that are all special. I mean, it's
not as... Listen, it's just not complete like they promised. Can you send us... Can you send us the original ad plus anything correspondence with those people? Suzanne? I want to get the original ad plus the correspondence, okay? You can cut them loose, but then we'll get them back. Before we give it to Deputy Marty, let's look at this stuff. 303-713-8255. Brad O'Brien is our real estate attorney, and if you have any questions, let us know. We have one from Sherry we'll come back to, something about a lien on a home for a credit card. We'll talk about title issues in general and real estate questions with Brad O'Brien Legal Services, plus anything you have coming right up.
The journey on the
Ideal and Paragon in 30 seconds, guys.
Personal. And as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap.
5 seconds, Ideal long, Paragon short.
On the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Interest rates are so low. I know this gets pounded through your head all the time, but you have to find a lender. If you're paying over 3%, you need to talk to someone about refinancing your house. You want to deal with a good company, too. You want to deal with a company to where if rates go down again, they're going to be there within, at least with Ideal Home Loans. If rates go down from what you refi with right now, guess what? They won't charge you again a year from now. Even 2 years from now, if rates fall, you'll get a free refi. The other thing you really want from a lender is you want a loan that is right for you and your family, not just based on rates, but on time. You want to pay off that house as quick as you can or as quick as you can afford to. These guys have custom term loans. You can have a 10-year, a 15, a 20, a 25. You get the idea. And the credit optimization that they help our listeners out with is amazing. If you're a first-time buyer and have no idea what you're getting into, call up Ideal Home Loans, and they're going to help you get that first house. Low rates, the interest rate guarantee, credit optimization, custom term loans. There's no one else out there like these guys. 303-867-7000, 303-867-7000. Now, what do you do when you talk to your insurance company about a claim? Let's say a hail claim. And they come back to you and say, oh, there's no damage. But you look around and everybody else in your neighborhood's getting a new roof. I'll tell you what I did. I called Matt at Paragon Services. And you know what Matt got me after my insurance company said, you get nothing? He got me almost $70,000. If you're having any issues whatsoever with your homeowners or your commercial building insurance and you want some help, you call Matt, 719-726-0020. He works the entire Front Range. Even if your claim was denied in the last 2 years, he can get it opened up and get you paid. 719-726-0020.
All right, I better get going. I've got to run out to the pharmacy and get Mikey's prescription. Good luck at the pharmacy. I know. I never know what I'll pay. I thought I heard something.
Why is this guy still emailing us? Does this guy just keep emailing? What's his... He doesn't want us emailing him, but he keeps emailing. He's crazy. He's crazy.
That's not good. Yeah. What's like this? But wind up with us losing
just to save money for the government. And big insurance, right?
This is where I want to be an asshole and reply, oh, so you didn't go straight to the police department. I'm sure with that ankle bracelet.
Don't even reply. If the maniac wants to come on the air, have him come on the air. He's crazy.
Yeah, he keeps emailing.
I can't believe anybody would use this guy.
Let's make sure government puts the savings directly in patients' hands.
Which guy?
CJ with A1 Family.
What happened?
He just keeps emailing us how he's talking to the police right now, and he's chosen.
He has a
legal
listen to this. He has a legal obligation to respond directly to his client and his client only.
Well, okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not a legal obligation.
It makes no sense.
He's retarded.
God, he's a moron. Don't email me. 5 minutes later, he's emailing us. Don't email me. 5 minutes later, he's emailing us. God, you're smoking too much of that good shit, bro.
CNBC says.
Uh-oh. Mutations? Oh, I know. I read that yesterday. That's a day old, dude.
But that's not unusual.
It's just like the flu. You like those fucking peanuts too, don't you?
I'd rather they be salted.
Tackling the hall closet. I'm cleaning myself.
I think they're salted, aren't they?
Not really.
What did I have the other day, man? They over-salted.
I love salt.
See, that's where we differ, man. I am not a fucking salt guy. That's one thing that, in my mom is one of these people, if there's a salt shaker next to her, the fucking food, no matter what it is, has salt.
Here's how I look. Here's what it's always done. It extends the food for some reason. It gives you more of an more of an experience.
We don't. When's the last time we've had like a salt shaker on our table, you think?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I just get it out, for cooking. Listen, with Sherry, I don't even know if she remembers calling us a month or two ago, but you've talked to her before.
Is she lit?
I don't even know. But it's a good question for Brad, so that's why I kept it.
All right.
This is Rob. I can't even look at that picture, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was going to make me sick for real.
Hold on.
What?
This weekend with Gonzaga, UCLA, and Baylor, Houston on the men's side, and on the
What are you
women's
talking
side,
about?
Stanford, South Carolina, and UConn, Arizona. Wanting to show off in front of a crowd at Ball Arena for the first time this season, the Nuggets got off to a hot start last night and never gave up the lead in their win over the 76ers. And Broncos general manager George Payton is in South Bend, Indiana today for Notre Dame's Pro Day. I'm Kenny Hack.
Notre Dame, baby.
Big headache if identity thieves steal personal info from your tax forms. LifeLock helps.
The only problem, Mark, these are so fucking messy.
God damn it, they're fucking delicious, man.
But they're messy.
And you know what? They actually create because you have to crack it then eat it, you don't eat as much.
Our newsletter, email now at khal.com/newsletter.
Breaking news, weather, sports, and more from our community. That's khal.com/newsletter.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Okay. Let's talk with Brad O'Brien, our real estate attorney, on a question we have. And coming up, we will have more information on that raw sewage outside of townhome. We thought she might be exaggerating a little. We'll get into that. But it's so disgusting that I think we should call the health department and rat these people out.
I think we need to do it now.
Yeah. Hold on one sec, though. Brad O'Brien, Legal Services, on a referral list for real estate law. I want to know in general, Brad, when is your home subject to liens? We have a question specifically, but in general, when is your home subject to liens? If you had to pick the many different ways. Okay, we know when you have a loan on it, the deed of trust is a lien. Other than loans, when else can your home be liened?
Well, there are judgment liens, like a credit card issuer.
Okay, explain that. How would that happen, Brad?
Well, if you were to lose in court against a credit card company who sued for the credit card balance, at the end of that case, the court issues a judgment, and then that judgment can be recorded with the county recorder. the date of recording with the county recorder turns that into a judgment lien against all property owned by the defendant in the same county.
Is it automatic?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know when you get a credit card debt and they get a judgment that it's automatically attached to your home.
It's the recording of the judgment with the clerk and recorder that automatically makes that judgment a lien against any property, personal and real, that you own in that same county.
Well, is it automatically recorded when it's issued by the court? Let's say the credit card company, they hire a local attorney to take you to court, and there's a judgment. Is that automatically recorded?
No. 2 to 3 days after the judgment is entered, the winning party can go to the clerk's office, get a transcript of judgment issued, and you walk that transcript of judgment over to the recorder's office.
Okay. But they don't have to do that. They don't. No. In your experience, do they do it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Hey, wait, let me ask him. Brad, if that person happened to own a second home outside of that county, could they go to that county and place it against that second property?
Yes, it's very common if you get a judgment in Denver to record a transcript of that judgment in Denver County, Jeffco, Arapahoe, Adams, the whole area.
How about out of state?
No, you can take a judgment out of state and domesticate it in a different state, but you basically have to open up a mini court case in the other state to domesticate that judgment.
All right, let's talk based on what you just said. Let's go to Sherry now, because this, I think, is related to liens and credit cards. Go ahead, Sherry. What's going on?
Thank you. Big fan, by the way, Tom.
Thank you.
I am a party who had cancer and a terrible divorce, and during that time of strain, I made the error of my life that I never believed in doing, which is get basically living on credit cards.
You know what, Sherry? It happens. It happens. You can't beat yourself up. How much is your debt?
$6,000.
Well, that's not the end of the world. Is that all?
Well, no. They
no, I'm asking all of your debt. I just need to know. All of your credit card debt added up to what?
$6,000.
Okay.
That was it. I don't have any other debt of any kind.
Wow, and that's
my home.
And that's one credit card?
Yes.
Okay, and your home. Do you own your home? Can I ask you about your home?
I'm a mortgage holder.
Okay, how much equity?
Mortgage holder.
How much equity do you have on your home?
Well, can we go in spurts? Could I?
Yeah, and this is the spurt. This is the spurt I'm going on. I need to know how much equity you have roughly. Just roughly, how much is your house worth compared to the loan?
According to Zillow, the brand new phrasing is $350K, and my mortgage remainder is $100, plus a modification, which must have a cash pay at the end of the note for $20, which subsists as a second. So $120.
I get it.
Pay off.
I get it. Okay, keep going. Now go in your spurts. What did you want to say?
Well, they got a lien, and they added court costs, and so it was 11, not 6.
But hold on, you have to tell me. You just said they. So the credit card company took you to court for payment, for lack of payment.
The credit card company sold my debt to an collection person who hired a group of attorneys, and I had $11K lien on my home.
So they actually did already, they already got a judgment and put a lien on your home, and that's not included in the 120.
No.
Okay, so keep going.
They did a reviver 6 years later.
Right.
And now they have a new lien for $33,000.
No. How does it go from how does it go from 11? When was the 11 put on there? How long ago?
About 12 years ago.
Okay, that's why.
What is it, 10% a year?
Or whatever. So, Bradley, it's not unusual that a $6,000 debt with attorney's fees goes to 11, and then from 11 goes to what's it now, Sherry?
Actually, that's not what happened.
What is it right now, Sherry? I just need to know how much it is right now.
The 11 was dropped, and we were replaced by one for 33 at a second reviver.
Okay, it's not dropped. It was added to. So now it's the total lien right now is now $30,000, basically. So what is your question? Yeah, 33. Okay. So what is your question?
I consulted a bankruptcy attorney who said that beyond the homestead,
you're not protected, right?
I'm not protected.
In other words, let's just say you have $200,000 in equity, just $200,000 in equity. There's only a certain amount protected.
It's like 70.
Well, it depends on if you're married or whatever, disabled. But in any case, you're not protected for all of it, no matter what.
And I am disabled.
Okay. Well, you'll have a little more exemption, but you'll owe it. I have a simple question here. Okay. You have equity. Rates are low. Well, it's probably too late now to refinance because you have bad credit.
She has no income.
Yeah. How old are you?
I am 66 and will soon be 67.
A reverse mortgage will be
not with that lien.
Well, it'll pay off the lien.
Oh yeah, well of course, if she pays it off.
If you get a reverse loan to pay everything off, then you don't have a house payment if you can qualify. I don't know if you'll get that much money out of the house, but man, I'll tell you that's one of the only.
Twice.
What's that?
And was rejected both times.
Oh, you tried a reverse loan?
Twice. They said they'd give me $10,000 because I have no income.
No, that's not a reverse loan. You don't need income for a reverse loan. Who did you talk to? Did you actually talk to a reverse loan company?
Yes. I talked to one in Denver, and the man came to see me at my house.
Okay, and he said they can't get you any money. It's not income dependent, so there had to be another reason, possibly because, you're too young or something, and there's not enough equity to get enough money.
This is debt collectors love her, and I'll tell you why. They're going to make that percentage every year. This thing's going to grow, and eventually they're going to get paid.
Yeah, they're going to get your house. You're going to lose your house, Sherry. I mean, you need to take some last-ditch effort. I refuse to believe that you can only get 10. Okay, 50% loan to value is not unusual for a reverse loan. And if you have a $350,000 home, you should be able to get enough to pay this off. But maybe not. I don't know what to do here. But, Brad, when people have liens on homes, there's not a lot of options, are there?
Well, not when it's this old, 12 years. You only normally have about 7 weeks to file your notice of appeal of the judgment. So
yeah.
This is long past that, so the judgment stands.
And it's going to be strong, and they could foreclose on this house easily, couldn't they?
Yes, it's surprising they haven't already. It's been
I thought they were threatening to.
Sherry, are they threatening to sell your house?
No, the bankruptcy attorney told me all these details, and he told me about the homestead allowance, and he said there's just no way. My house is in terrible condition.
He said that he doesn't think it'll be worth their while to foreclose. Is that what he was saying?
No, he said if I declare bankruptcy, that the magistrate will take my house.
Yeah, of course he will.
The equity.
Okay.
Sell it.
I guess we have a little problem communicating because I asked exactly. Never mind. I'm just wondering why they haven't foreclosed. You have a lot of equity. I'm just wondering why you've been spared so long. I'm telling you, the only thing I see is a reverse loan. That's the only thing that could ever come close. And you say your house is in disrepair. Silverleaf Mortgage has that foundation that can help you if you're disabled to get your house fixed. I'm not saying you can get one, but it's just shocking to me that you said they wouldn't even consider it, and I don't know why. I just don't know why.
Here's the answer for her. Get Frank Duran to sell the house and then pay everything off because you're going to have to.
Those are only two options. You either get a loan or you sell the house.
That's right, and then go find a nice apartment. You're going to have $100,000 in equity if Frank sells it or more.
Sherry, you have to come to grips with that. You're going to have to. If you can't get a reverse loan, then you have to sell the house. Otherwise, you're going to lose it, and you get nothing. That's the problem.
He'll give you a free evaluation.
This is
We're going to come up with some new way. She's tried everything we've said except for selling it. I bet she doesn't qualify just for the tax reasons. She has a second. She has a first, a second, and a third.
And she has to be able, it has nothing to do with income, but she has to be able to pay.
She has to show that she can pay the taxes and the insurance.
There's enough in the line of credit, and there wouldn't be.
Because
you have to have enough in the line of credit, Mark.
And she's making it sound like the place is a wreck.
She's got yeah,
but she's got to come to grips and sell it.
What part of town is it?
31 pinpoint weather. Well, it's going to be sunny today. Nice. With
Are you getting these?
Tonight, clear overnight, low right now, 43. Enjoying fast traffic and weather. I'm Pete Wagner.
This is great approval reverse coming up right now.
Oh, yeah.
All right, about 10 seconds. Approval reverse. Lori, the banker.
Mark, get a sentence or less. What would you like to talk to Tom about on the show? Shout out to who is that?
Hey, babe.
All righty, man. Hang on.
Get that lead.
Woman, and I said a reverse loan is the only hope, and that's true. And one of our reverse lenders on Referral List is Approval Reverse Mortgage. The website is approvalreverse.com. Now listen, I'm going to give you the phone number in a second here. But what's really shocking is that so many people risk losing their homes, losing them, and never even considering a reverse loan when it can work. Approvalreverse.com. 303-771-3528. 771-3528. If you're fortunate enough to have investments, have you ever considered having a life insurance policy that you overfund on purpose? Why would you do that? Well, after the cost of insurance, which is about 1%, you get a 4% return on the money you have in there, tax-free, plus a 1% dividend. Think about that. You get a guaranteed return tax-free, and you can use it tax-free if you know how to do it. The program is called BecomeTheBanker.org to sign up for a webinar, 303-779-6600. These are just messy. As far as on the floor, I don't care that they're messy, but
they are messy. Do you remember that place? Did you ever eat at that place where it was off 25? If you walked in and you were wearing a tie, they cut your tie off.
Yeah.
For bankruptcy. So they may be worth talking to, and if I were doing a bankruptcy, Sherry, it's exactly who I would be talking to. But let's... Oh, okay. Hang on a minute.
Do you realize, Mark, that they have no choice but to find this guy guilty? And by the way, he should be guilty. But I'm not so sure. It's not first-degree murder. That's not what.
No. So here's what they did.
What does he mean charged?
They were smart. They did
second degree,
second degree, third degree, and then as a last-ditch effort that the jury could go to if they're feeling bad, manslaughter.
What is manslaughter as opposed to
murder? Means, well, you intentionally murdered him. It didn't necessarily have to be thought out.
No, premeditated is first degree. Okay, that's the only difference
in most places.
Second degree is you murdered, but you didn't plan it. Okay. What's manslaughter? Do you know?
Yes, like vehicular manslaughter.
Well, yeah, I know what
someone died, but it was an accident.
Of course. But what? Okay, manslaughter. So are you saying it's an accident?
Well, you were, what do you call it?
The crime of killing a human without malice or forethought.
There you go. And to be quite honest.
Or, hold on. Or otherwise, in circumstances not amounting to a murder.
But here's my point. Most likely, And as a legal definition, that's what it is. I do not think that guy murdered him.
It's less culpable than murder. The distinction between murder and manslaughter is said to have.
Do you crave cashews?
We should ask.
It differs among lawyers.
We should ask Lazera.
Well, if you've only known grocery store
That's a great
you haven't tasted.
You know what? It's so big right now. Let's ask him. I mean, it'd be a good little
Ask
segment.
her, but if we can get them on, that would be great. Suzanne, I'd like to get Joe Lazera on. Either this show or tomorrow, or any time when we have a lull, about manslaughter, first-degree murder, second-degree murder differences.
Indescribably delicious and shipped fast. TryNet.com and taste.
Wouldn't you say, as far as a legal definition,
We go good. Fine. We're sitting here like we're in a bar. Go ahead.
wouldn't you say this guy most likely committed manslaughter, not murder? The cop. I mean, do you think the guy intended to kill him? I really don't.
No, I don't think he intended to kill him at all. No way. I think he was negligent. Is there such thing as negligent? That's
what I think manslaughter is. Just like vehicular, you run through a stop sign, you kill someone.
I know.
You didn't intend to murder him. Although, how about this? You rob a bank, and while you're robbing the bank, you end up shooting somebody. Okay? You didn't go in there intending to murder someone, but you were in the act of a crime, so therefore, it would be murder, right? Right. But if you're DUI and kill someone, it's usually vehicular manslaughter, which I don't get.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. All right. We need to move on to another call, but Sherry, I guess I'm going to ask you this. What was your question? You have equity in your home. It's run down, of course. You're disabled. You don't have income. That you have a $33,000 lien on your home for credit cards, and just keeps growing and growing. So what is your basic, when you were calling, what was your question? I know we had a lot to say to you, but what was your question for us?
You're the best guy on earth. Here's my question. Could I not have a real estate attorney after a good contractor comes and assesses all the damage, and that attorney and that guy go to a mediation with me and ask them to reduce that so that I can use every resource I have to pay the mediated amount?
Okay, I understand. Can you negotiate it down? You know what? As they say, everything is negotiable. However, negotiation has a lot to do with what's not in the negotiation, like what's surrounding it. Do you have resources? Do you have equity? They'll actually go and see, is it easy to sell this house? Are we going to get our money? You see, because they don't care about you. They care about the bottom line. I mean, it's totally cold-hearted. The only reason they would negotiate is if they thought there was no hope of collecting the full amount. So, I don't know, Brad, is that your experience when it comes to negotiating these things?
Yes, I agree with you, Tom. The first thing they're going to do is look at what's the equity in the property, and drive how much they're going to negotiate.
And they're going to get money if they got to go through the foreclosure. They're going to take even more. You're going to pay for your own foreclosure.
Yep. Well, the thing is, after two experts have looked, they're saying I have between $70,000 and $90,000 of absolutely necessary repairs for this to sell because it's not inspectable and it won't, and it has not passed any.
Sherry, to validate that, here's all I would do, and I'm not kidding. We advertise for a company. We buy ugly houses. They'll make you a cash offer for that house tomorrow. If they come in around $200, $250, this company, that's the same thing this credit card company or this debt collector is going to do. You either have the equity or you don't. You need the answer to that. I'd call them. They'll literally give her a number tomorrow, the We Buy Ugly Houses people. They can tell her exactly what it's worth.
Now, Sherry, that of course, that's a good point. If you don't want to fix it up, or if I would go both Frank and them, and then ask Frank, what do you think of this price that they're giving me? But I want to ask you, How would you feel if you had to sell? How would you feel about that?
I'd feel lost and afraid because I don't know where to go.
I know, yeah. How long you been there, Sherry?
30 years and 3 months.
Hey, Sherry, however, listen to this. If you could get enough money out of there to, let's say, get a condo or something of your own and have a very small mortgage, would you because then I think you could get a reverse loan to buy it and not have any payments. I'm serious, Sherry. For example, let's say this. If you were my sister, I would tell you this. Look, you don't need a house right now. I know you're attached to it, but let's try to get what we can out of it. Let's pay off your loan, take the equity, make a good down payment on a one-bedroom condo or a small house or a townhome, and let's get a reverse loan, because you don't have to have income for a reverse loan. And then maybe under those circumstances, you would qualify for a reverse loan to purchase, and you'd never have a payment on it, and you'd live there the rest of your days. Seriously, that
sounds wonderful.
That is an option. So here's what I want. I want Frank Duran. Seriously, he'll go out and visit you. That's our first step. Frank will know, should we try to sell this, how much he can get, or should she go the buy, 844,
we buy ugly houses.
Yeah, but I don't like calling them that, but it's home vestors. Yeah. And home vestors, but start with Frank. Okay, and then let's take this one step at a time.
And then when Frank gives you a real number, then the next conversation will be with either Sullivan or I can't think of their name.
Or Silverleaf. Right, Silverleaf Mortgage. We talked about approval reverse in the last break. Silverleaf Mortgage is another one. They're 720 reverse, but I don't want you calling any of these guys, because here's what I have in mind. Let's say we can sell this house. Frank can get a good dime for it. Let's ask Frank, what could she find to settle in, not too expensive, where she can pay it? We get you a reverse loan. If you do this, what happens is it's possible you could end up with all that money paid, that done. You have a new place and you have no more payments. That, I don't know him, but I interviewed someone who went to Silverleaf Mortgage in almost the exact same position, and they're living right now, he hasn't made a house payment in 10 years, no debt, he's happy as a clam, and he was really facing foreclosure. It was terrible. I'm not saying it's the end all, but in your case, it might be. I want to start, Suzanne, with getting Frank Duran over there to see what he thinks about that house.
A free assessment. And please,
and you can trust him.
Don't keep those blinders on, Sherry. All it's going to do is get worse.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse. So, Brad O'Brien, I need to take a break, but I wanted to ask, when it comes to liens, those are judgment liens, but can't some people put liens on before judgment?
Well, there are mechanics liens.
Right.
Mortgage liens.
On a mechanics lien, is there any level of proof at all needed to put a lien on?
Well, the mechanic first has to file a notice of intent to file a lien statement with a 10-day notice.
Okay, and then what?
But, they have to do that within 4 months after their last work or after the project is done.
Yes.
And then within 6 months after the project is done, they have to actually commence a lawsuit to foreclose on that mechanics lien. So
okay, if they don't, what happens?
Well, the mechanic lien expires as a matter of law, but typically title companies, next time you refinance or want to sell, they want an express release from the mechanic, so you actually have to have the mechanic sign something.
And if they won't, what do you do?
Expired.
If they won't, what do you do?
You have to bring a quiet title action in court, or at least threaten to do that.
And a quiet title action, I want to talk about, because you mentioned that a few times in our dealings. I want to know exactly what that means. Quiet title action.
Yeah.
But it's sponsored by Dairy Queen.
From the Bedford Traffic
we need
Center,
help,
there's a
Sherry.
few
I
slow
think
spots
we
on the
can.
Highway Drive. Improvements heading into downtown. Earlier crash northbound I-25 at 6th.
I don't know. Frank is going to be able to tell her exactly what she can get, though.
Some delays in Commerce City on westbound 270.
I wonder how bad she's talking.
Watch out for that. Crash off highway at Alameda and Navajo being cleared.
As far as
the condition.
Yeah. Between 46 and 50 seconds. We'll have daily wind closures. Watch out for those.
Witness broke down on stand. I wonder what witness broke.
Weather. Going to be sunny today, nice, a high of 51. Tonight, clear overnight, a low of 26.
Murder, 2 degrees first and second.
With your impact traffic and weather.
That one is voluntary, so second is involuntary.
The DQ chicken and biscuits
As separate crimes.
How about third?
Wait.
Sherry's in the spring.
It's voluntary and involuntary.
Should we use Stephanie Thomas or ask Frank to do it still?
Where is it?
She's in the Springs. I don't know that Stephanie would have the, I don't know what she knows.
Stephanie doesn't have the same wherewithal when it comes to that.
Oh, she's pretty good in her area. She's really good.
When it comes, okay.
Yes.
But I think it's a hot mess inside, like unfinished.
You just need to reach out to Stephanie.
Ask Stephanie to help us out.
Tell her we need to really know what she can get for it. I mean,
Okay.
simple as that.
Okay.
No, she knows that market like, you wouldn't believe how much rundown stuff's in the Springs, man.
Don't fall prey to herd stupidity.
You know what? It makes it a little better or easier because, Mark, she can get, I think she has a better chance of getting a place.
Well, she has a better chance of getting a little condo or townhouse down there for a lot less. And then if she's really desperate, hey man, you move south up to Pueblo, you can have
by the way,
really cheap.
There's no way long term I'm going to live all winter in Colorado.
Yeah, you've been saying that.
There's no way. I'd like to go away probably for January. I don't know. I don't even mind.
December ain't bad.
Okay. January, February, March, or December, January, February, March, something like that. That would be it.
Or November, December, January.
No, November is fine. February sucks.
February's the worst by far. March is when we get the dumping, so it's always nice, but then that's when you get the 3 feet of fucking snow.
So, you know, January, February, March might be a big deal.
What we have to do when we literally move to that, we really have to have 2 screens where we see each other. So we actually still have this because we were missing this the other way. So you know when I'm talking, I know when you're talking.
That's a good idea. Like a
Zoom.
Yeah, as long as we both have, I mean, it's, milliseconds.
Wasn't it awkward when we would see each
Oh,
other?
it's horrible.
God almighty.
It was horrible.
I know I can rely on Excel's advice when listeners call with root problems. When I'm
Britney Spears' response to
Excel, you should
framing doc. Oh man, that was great. Did you watch that? Oh, dude, you realize her dad has 100% control of her and her money and her estate and everything. Everything. The court said she's fucking Looney Tunes. So she, over the last year, I think, has refused to work. She will not work. She had a gig in Vegas. Listen to this, man. It was paying $1 million a week, sold out
because he uses the money.
$1 million a week because she has no control of it. She did it. She's been under this conservatorship for fucking years.
Does he misuse the money?
Well, not according to the judge, because she's had attorneys going on her side going, hey, all she wants is an outside person to manage the money, and the judge won't fucking change his mind. It's her dad.
Yeah.
So finally she said, you know what? I'm not working anymore. $1 million a week, dude. $1 million a week she was making for working for one of the casinos all year long. Just like the big magicians and Barbra Streisand and all these fuckers. $1 million a week she gave up. How often in your life can you make $1 million fucking dollars a week? You would have think the dad would have came to terms and came up with something. So ultimately, she does have all the power because you know what? He can't make a fucking $1 million a week. He can't do it. So for the past year, No $1 million a week.
Hi, I'm host Robin Roberts, and on a new podcast from iHeartRadio,
he's still in charge for a state, whether
she can't even spend her own money.
From Americans on the
well, if she has him,
and the doctors and medical experts who can
that's what I'm asking. Has he been
to roll up their sleeves?
Difficult for her?
I don't think he's stealing just because of how many judges in the dock seem pretty straightforward to show. I don't think he's like robbing her or anything.
Looking for auto repairs? Let's talk about Sheridan Auto Tech.
She said
that. Which one?
Some
Sheridan Auto Tech.
That's the one I'm talking about, yeah.
And she said that Bridget's experience is very talented.
Oh, she's incredibly talented. When they showed the younger stuff, when she was like, remember they used to go to malls? I mean, she was way on top of it. But man, think about it. If you were in that case and you're the dad and the conservatorship, or have whatever power over the conservator, you're the conservator, and she just quits working, there is nothing you can do there. Not in that fashion. She's a talent. So don't you think you would have come up with something now? Right. Even for her own good. But that's what I really realize is she is crazy. No one gives up $1 million a week. Then again, I said Jerry Seinfeld was insane. They offered him over $1 million a show, and he didn't come back.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, Mark. You know, we had on Shane yesterday from Zero Res. You wanted to say something about him?
Yeah, Tom, I had him out Monday. Joe, the technician, came out and did our whole house. And what a great job he did.
Well, that's great.
$33 room special.
Isn't that amazing? What is it called? The $32 a room? 33. And no limit. How many rooms did you have, or how many areas?
Basically, 5 rooms and a couple hallways and staircase. So.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how it dries almost instantly because of no soaps or no stickiness, and there's no smells? I love it. I really do. But thank you, Mark, for letting us know that. ZeroResDenver.com. Appreciate it. Now, Brad O'Brien, quiet title action. I hear about this. Quiet title action. What does it mean?
Well, it's just to resolve any cloud on the title of your home. Any question about it? Any claim that somebody else...
And what is it? Why do they call it quiet title action? Do you know?
Well, I suppose it quiets the any.
In other words, is it ex part? I mean, is it just one party that does it? For example, if there's a lien on my house, I just want to get rid of it. That's a quiet title action, right? So what is that? I go to court and I challenge it. Is that what it happens?
Well, normally you have to give notice of the lawsuit to anybody who has interest in the property, and sometimes you might even have to publish notice in the newspaper of that lawsuit in order to serve the whole public.
Bradley, if someone had a lien and they didn't go through a mechanic's lien, they didn't go through everything you said, the 10-day notice within 4 months of working, then actually bring the lawsuit, and then, of course, win the lawsuit. So let's say they didn't win the lawsuit or didn't bring it, but they didn't remove it, and you ask them to remove the lien, and they still refuse to. And then you have to hire an attorney to get rid of this lien or do a quiet title action like you're talking about. Can you actually go after them for those fees?
Not for mechanics liens specifically, but for other types of liens it's possible. But mechanics lien specifically does not have an attorney fee provision.
So they can kind of hold you hostage.
I know it. And there's no penalty for that, Brad, against people who put on a frivolous lien?
Not a mechanics lien, no.
Wow. Okay, hold on. We got more coming up. That's O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com. Ken wants to talk. He's a deputy or a volunteer who took a picture of this raw sewage.
Oh, man.
We got to get on this townhome. We got to get on it. Plus, we keep getting emails from this clown, this home improvement guy we'll talk about.
I'm Minnie Driver, and in my new podcast, Mini Questions, I explore our differences and our similarities by asking experts and trailblazers the same 7 questions. Questions about what makes us happy, what we're curious about, and what love means to us. This season, I'll be speaking with the brilliantly talented actor Viola Davis, epic Foo Fighters frontman Dave Grohl, and investigative reporter Ronan Farrett. Listen to Mini Questions on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows, but you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee and cash in on some of the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Call us today at 303-867-7000 to talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Ross Kaminsky in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver.
ABC News, I'm Will Carr. More than 96 million people have gotten at least one dose of the coronavirus vaccine, and today Pfizer says its vaccine is 100% effective in preventing infections in children aged 12 to 15. But at the same time, the director of the CDC says there continues to be an upward curve in new cases.
We continue to see an increase, and this is almost a 12% increase from the 7-day period prior.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said a massive infrastructure bill would help meet challenges facing the country. Today, President Biden unveils details of his $2 trillion infrastructure proposal in Pittsburgh. Testimony continues in the murder trial of Derek Chauvin in Minneapolis, the former cop charged in George Floyd's death. Amazon tells its employees it will turn to an office-centric culture with most employees back in offices by early fall. Delta says it will resume selling middle seats on flights beginning May 1st. This is ABC News. FEMA and the Department of Health and Human Services are scrambling to find more places to house children coming across the southern border. ABC's Jim Ryan reports from Dallas.
At U.S. Customs offices designed for processing and housing unaccompanied minors.
Every facility we have along the southwest border is over capacity right now.
Border Patrol Deputy Chief Raul Ortiz says that's why thousands of kids are being sent to temporary shelters in Dallas, San Antonio, and now at Fort Bliss in El Paso. And the surge may get even more intense with word of another caravan of people desperate to get out of Honduras and head north toward the United States. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
England is rolling out sobriety anchor checks. People convicted of alcohol-related crimes and banned from drinking will be fitted with an ankle bracelet and be required to wear it for 4 months. The sobriety checks can monitor sweat levels every 30 minutes and alert authorities if alcohol is detected. The tax can only be used on people over the age of 18. Will Carr, ABC News.
We're playing racquetball yesterday, Dan and myself. This guy we play cutthroat with occasionally shows up. And he's good. He's fast. He's a good player. But what was really embarrassing, not only did he beat us twice in cutthroat, not only did he beat us twice, in slacks, and he did. He came from work.
You were cut off, like head was cut off. That's what I was trying to do. That's funny.
Shows up.
Let me just kick your ass in slacks.
Well, that's so cocky. You're just like, oh, I forgot my shorts, but you know what, you guys are already worth my time.
It wasn't even.
I'll keep the slacks on.
He comes walking out of the locker room, and he goes, I forgot my shorts, but I'm good. I'm still going to play. And I'm going, you're going to play in slacks? And then he proceeds to kick the shit out.
Dan and Mark were leotards.
Well, I mean, if you work in a restaurant where you have to wear slacks all the time, you get used to them.
I'm telling you, man, he's good. But that was impressive. I thought he was going to say, I forgot my shorts, I'm not going to play. Hell no.
That makes me want to go to a gym now and like somehow really come out in a full tuxedo and just go, all right, guys, I didn't bring any gym clothes, but sorry, I'm ready to like do my cufflinks and do it. And if I win, they're like, this guy just beat our ass with tuxedos. You would have to quit whatever game
you would never go again.
You wouldn't play again. You'd be like, I'm done. Obviously, tennis is not for me. You get beaten by a dude in a full tuxedo in tennis. He doesn't even break a sweat. He just straighten his tie.
Stabs his forehead.
I'd be like, if I got beat
just shows up to play with us sometimes? You know what he did, Tom? Well, he didn't have his fucking shorts with him. So he proceeds to beat the shit out of us in racquetball in his fucking slacks.
Who was this guy?
He just shows up and plays with us occasionally because he knows we're there on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
And how old is he?
He's probably 30. Maybe 35, I don't know. But he forgot his shorts and he still beat us. That fucking guy. It's kind of embarrassing.
For 20 overnight tonight, and then tomorrow for your Thursday, mostly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. It's 48 right now in Denver with your impact.
Oh man, I got an appointment with DMV. We finally get to tomorrow.
Tax season can be a big headache if identity thieves steal personal info from your tax forms. LifeLock helps protect, monitor, and restore your identity. No one can monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can save up to 25% off your first year at LifeLock.com. Promo code RISK.
Homeowners experiencing pipe leaks or low water pressure. Is your water bill unexpectedly high? These are signs of pipe failure due to old corroded pipes. Only
How to post Instagram from your computer.
Copper will permanently solve the problem.
How to what?
They'll repipe your home in just 1 to 2 days at half the cost of a
From your browser.
lifetime guarantee. Call for your free in-home estimate and get 20% off our already low price. 720-573-0086. That's 720-573-0086. If you are accused
Oh, I'll know how you do that. I'll bet you can look, hold on, a few different ways. I'll bet you go as, on my computer I have the ability to go mobile. Did you know that?
You mean you got like 5G or something?
No. You go up here and you view it as if.
Oh, yeah.
Can you do that?
You mean in the browser?
Yeah. It turns into a tablet or a cell phone.
I think so. I think Edge does it. I'm not sure. I think Chrome does it intuitively.
Here's what you do. You go up here, click your browser settings in the right.
Well, why? Why would you?
Oh, Mark, because it's easier. I find computer interface way easier than cell phone.
Oh, I just
typing and everything.
All right, guys, back on about 10 seconds.
Well,
always find
here's a main reason on yours though. If you're on mobile on this, it's all touchscreen, just like a phone, where you literally still have to use a mouse and shit.
Yeah, but I like that. I mean, what I'm saying is I find it easier to post on the computer than I do
a phone. Well, the typing, no doubt.
Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Or the thumbing, right?
Hi! Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by GenesisTotalExteriors.com. In this day of home improvement ripoffs, there's so many of them on this show every day where people pay money. We just had one earlier, and we'll go over that, by the way. But this one, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Mark Szymanski and his team will do a wonderful job inside and out, okay? It's both, even though it says Genesis Total Exteriors. 303-679-8509. Okay, thank you. And somebody said I can just feel they want that again. 303-679-8509. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Okay, so Ken took a picture for us. Here's what happened. A woman calls us and says, there's raw sewage outside my townhome. It's been there for a while. They said they fixed the sewer leak. It's a rented townhome at Sunset Peak Apartments in Thornton. I can't believe this. So, Ken, you happened to be in that neighborhood. Thank you very much. You took that picture. Did it smell like she said it did all over the place?
Within 20 feet of there,
ugh.
I almost threw up.
Why are they not addressing this? The health department needs to be called.
I think they need to be called like right away. I don't know if that stuff could blow up or not, but 30 seconds between getting on the property, I got contacted by the maintenance supervisor on the
really?
golf cart, and he told me to get the what out of there.
Hold on. So they saw you taking pictures?
Yes.
And they were upset, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. The maintenance guy was really just mad.
Did you say, well, I don't see why they would be. I mean, what did you ask about it? Did you say, hey, why do you have raw, hanging out over here?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I said. And, I used the S word, but he says, don't worry about it. My guy's been out for 8 o'clock, and you're not allowed to take pictures in here.
Yeah, you're not allowed. Who's going to, yeah, right. Okay, well, guess what? It's going up on my Instagram.
Who do we call? I mean, this is
We got to call the health department. Where is this located? Thornton? That would be Jeffco, right? Is it? Jeffco Health Department?
No, that'd be Adams County.
Oh, Adams. Okay, good health department.
Let's call them. I mean, I'm not kidding.
Suzanne,
that is just
we got to call the Adams County Health
Department. How about
Department.
the kids running around there? And you can't do this. How long did the woman say it was going on? How many days?
Sewer lines broke.
I think she said 10 days so far.
No, and here's the thing. She said they declared it fixed.
Well, if that's fixed, I don't know what that is.
Well, that's leftover probably, but still they got to clean it up. Even if it's not actively broken.
You just call a porta potty company, right? Or someone.
Yeah, clean it up or dig some of that dirt out, too. That could be so contaminated. And what they do sometimes, they clean up the crap, the visible. They turn the soil with some kind of chemicals to purify or to kill it.
It's all in a crawl space.
Yeah, well, it's coming out of her crawl space. That's disgusting. That's underneath that townhome. That
you know what? They need to. Those people need to move everybody while they're there. Was it a townhome or an apartment?
Townhome.
Oh, man.
It's disgusting. It's called Sunset Peak Apartments in Thornton.
And you know what's coming up next, right? Special assessment, baby.
Well, this is a rental. I don't know if some people own.
Oh, that's what I was asking. I thought these were all individually owned.
Well, maybe they are.
I don't know either.
But they're called apartments.
Oh, well then, you know what? Somewhere in that lease, these people, you can't pay to live there.
Hey, Suzanne, did you call Sunset Park Peak?
No, Marty's working on that, so I'm going to have him call the health department, too.
Yeah, let's call Adams County Health Department.
Oh.
It's disgusting. Do we have it on our feed, our video feed?
Dan did have it up. I closed mine. I can't look at that.
Nobody's throwing up while they're watching
it's disgusting.
It's unbelievable, honestly.
I mean, there's raw turds all over the place.
Shut up.
They are. They're all over the place. And then the part of it, it's over her window well. Looks like the frosting on a German chocolate cake. I mean, it's all over it.
Shut up.
It's all over. It's so disgusting. Oh, my God.
I saw a booger on a mirror one time.
Oh, no.
And I puked.
No, I can't. Listen,
come on.
I can't. Let's not talk disgusting things like
Look at you. You've topped anything I said.
Teenage boys. But really, this thing, man, oh, my gosh. Thornton, Sunset Peak Apartments, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm gonna post it on Instagram. If I can find out how to do it. I mean, I know how to do it. What I meant was I got to get the time to do it here. We have with us today a guest, Brad O'Brien. Brad is our real estate expert, attorney at law for real estate. And we've been getting some emailed questions as well, plus anything you might have on your mind when it comes to this, of course. It is a very let's say, ubiquitous part of law, meaning all-encompassing. Every one of us comes across real estate issues. We talked about liens and quiet title actions, and that means you go to remove a lien. Look, here's a problem. There's no penalty for people putting, right, Brad? If somebody puts a lien on my house just to punish me or to hurt me, or they think, there are people that are that vindictive. We've had people who live together, man and women, where a guy puts a lien on the house owned by the woman just because he's pissed off at her for cheating or something.
And the one guy that slapped mechanics liens on all of...
that was years and years ago, all the lawmakers.
That happened, though, all the lawmakers here in Colorado.
Yeah, but so is there any penalty at all for somebody doing that?
Well, yes, you can't just put a lien on somebody's house because you're mad at them. You have to have a basis for it. And normally
But if you don't, is there a punishment for that is what I'm asking.
Well, yes. Other than mechanics liens, there is the Colorado frivolous lien statute, and you basically have to make a demand, and if they don't respond timely, it's like 10 days or something like that. Then there's like $1,000 minimum damages you can get if they don't release that lien.
All right. So in any case, here's the deal. we have a number of other real estate. I'm just trying to get them up here, Brad. Here, I'll find them in a second. All right, now, contract disputes. Okay, so earnest money, that happens a lot. Okay, when you sign a real estate deal, whether you're buying or selling, there's earnest money. And when is it appropriate to keep earnest money or not keep earnest money? Or what happens if somebody has a contract to buy and they change their mind or they can't come to an agreement? We've had sellers try to keep earnest money. When is that allowed?
Well, buyers have several opportunities to get their earnest money back if they terminate before one of the contingency deadlines, like an inspection contingency or a loan contingency. The contract will state what that deadline is to terminate by that contingency deadline. If they go past that and past all their contingency deadlines, then that's when the earnest money becomes non-refundable, and that's usually in the last week or so before closing.
Okay, so with it all has to do with contracts. So what about a buy contract? You usually have the real estate people drawing them up, and there's nothing wrong with that. They are authorized to do that. But what do you do when it comes to just a simple purchase contract? Do we need an attorney for that? Not for the closing, but for the offers.
Yes, I think that buyers and sellers, both sides, should have their own attorneys in all deals. It's not the custom in Colorado. People sort of cross their fingers and hope nothing goes wrong.
I know they do.
You know what drives me crazy, guys, is if you go to New York, I mean, pretty much anything you buy and sell, when it comes to real property, an attorney is always used.
Everywhere on the East Coast, it's assumed. Here's what they say. What title company and who's your attorney? They expect the attorney to be there. I swear to you that you never have a real estate closing without an attorney. When I moved out here and I was having a closing and I was bringing my attorney and they said, why? I said, what do you mean why? Brad, they actually asked me why, you know? And so, again, you don't have to go crazy, but at least have them review docs. And you say you've found things wrong before, especially that we're going to talk about when you're financing. A lot of people are doing seller financing, and that could be devastating without help.
The journey.
Century RV, 888 Heating, 30 seconds.
And as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India, because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray.
All right, here you go. Century RV, 888 Heating.
Your podcasts.
All right, listen. What is important is when you need something fixed, people give you the options. If your furnace breaks or it's making a noise and someone comes out to look at it, you don't need a company out there that's going to try to just sell you a new furnace. Now, maybe you do need one, but you want a company that's going to be honest. You want a company that's going to give you all the options and the power to make your own decisions. You want a company with great prices. You want a company that's been on a referral list for over 10 years. You want 888heating.com. They're great guys. Any issues with your furnace, your air conditioner, these guys will give you the options, I promise you. And like any company I talk about, if you ever have an issue with them, you simply call me up during the show. But these guys are great. 888heating.com.
Now, when I went to buy my RV, in fact, I'm selling mine now, but I looked everywhere. There's some places in Texas that have like miles and miles of units. If you've ever shopped for RVs and you've shopped across the country like I do, you'd be amazed by the size of some of these lots. But you know where I ended up buying? It happened to be right here in Colorado at Century RV. You can check them out at centuryrv.com. But they beat all the huge ones in Texas. Even in New York, Florida, they beat all the big guys on pricing, and I bought directly from them. And after the sale, they were always there for any issues I have. They're great guys. I highly suggest you check them out. CenturyRV.com.
Hi, I'm host Robin Roberts, and on a new podcast from iHeartRadio.
Oh my God, there's so many podcasts, commercials.
We'll hear from Americans on the front lines and the doctors and medical experts who convince them and their loved ones to roll up their sleeves and get vaccinated. Listen to COVID-19 Immunity in Our Community on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. We can do this.
Electrical mysteries be gone. Just $21. That's Plumb Lines whole house electrical inspection. Serving the Front Range more than 20 years. From bad outlets to complete panel upgrades, they can do it all. Don't wait for major problems. Call now. Just $21 for a complete electrical inspection. Founded on faith and leadership. A company you can trust. I do in my home. Schedule online. PlumbLineServices.com. Service at home. Service at home. Boulder to Castle Rock. PlumbLineServices.com.
Have you found yourself looking around your house and, wishing? Wish we had a pool.
Wish I didn't share my office with a washer and dryer.
Wish we could have a real master bathroom. Lightstream can make your wishes a reality with a fixed-rate home improvement loan. With
they got our hot tub in perfect shape, man. I did not need the motherboard. Who did it, Mark? They put a new ozonator in. People we bought it from, man, this hot tub's been great. We've had it almost 7 years. And this is the first real money we had to put into it. And it was only $500. And he brought new trim pieces. I mean, this guy went well above and beyond. Wind River Spas.
Oh, I've heard about that.
Yeah, we bought from them like 7 years ago, man. So they put in a new ozonator, and the sensors were clogged up on the heating unit. So that's why it was turning itself off.
Technologies advisor. You get someone who understands. There's an art to this. Who's able to hear more than what's being said and can provide tailored small.
Boy, you're just like punishing yourself. That's disgusting.
Oh, I'm putting this on.
You're putting it up on where? You're going to tweet it?
From laptops to the cloud.
Well, okay, now what do I do?
You think you're having a crappy day? Question mark.
Wait. So what do I do?
What happens when health insurance goes further?
Okay, so what do I do now? How do I?
Attention with community and compassion.
Well, hold on.
When data.
My social media.
At-risk senior citizens.
Okay, I did this. Now how do I post it? Well, then never mind.
Everything changes. At America's Health Insurance Plan, we're bringing health insurance providers together, delivering care and coverage.
When you want to
for better
post,
health
you just do
and lower
this.
costs. Why? Because care changes everything.
And then you do
Learn
this.
more at carechangeseverything.org.
Raw sewage.
If you drive, then you need Get Upside, the free gas app that pays you
She sent me more pictures you don't want to see. But she did send a picture of people in hazmat suits currently working on it right now. So I wonder about calling the health department if they've got people working on it.
Because we were on it. What do you think they were?
Well, I mean, do we give them a chance to clean it up, or do I just reach out to the health department?
I think we call the health department.
I'm emailing, because that's what I do.
Yeah.
Promo code CASHBACK.
Let's send Dan out there to investigate.
He would love that. He told me I would love to go out and investigate the raw sewage.
Dan, right after the show, we got an assignment for you, bro.
This report is sponsored by LifeLock Identity Theft Protection. Tax season can be a big headache if identity thieves steal personal info from your tax forms. LifeLock helps protect, monitor, and restore your identity. No one can monitor all transactions. Save up to 25% off your first year at lifelock.com. Promo code RISK.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Get your calls in. Let us know what's going on in your life. Problems, questions, complaints you don't have to have a real estate problem to call. We have
Brad O'Brien with us today, but you can call about anything you'd like. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If someone lied, I always say, if someone lied to you, cheated you, or ripped you off, that's what we do. We investigate, and we help any way we can. One of the things we love doing is helping and protecting consumers, and that's why we love public adjusters. And a public adjuster is someone who goes out to an insurance loss you might have with a fire, a flood, you may have hail damage, wind, water, whatever it is, and they work for you. They help you boost your claim honestly and ethically. That's what they do. So, the insurance company has an adjuster, you need one. And they get a percentage of what they collect for you, but really, if you've already made a settlement, they'll get a percentage of the additional money they get for you. It's worth every penny because you'll never get as much without them. And you can even reopen old claims in the past 2 years if you don't think you were handled properly. So Claims Pro, one of those public adjusters we fully endorse, Claims Pro, 833-252-4600, publicadjuster.pro. Okay, Mark, we've been working on this townhome thing, and now I understand, hey, good news. This happens a lot. When we get involved, what goes on? Things start to happen. Ashley called and said, I have raw sewage outside my window, and it's been sitting there and in my crawl space, and there's nothing I can do about it. They won't address it. She says it's been like that for 10 days. Now people are in hazmat suits out there because they saw that we had one of our deputies out there taking pictures. So now, right, Suzanne, she has people out. They have people. There's activity. Ashley says they seem to be snapping to action.
And they're in hazmat suits.
Yeah. Well, man, I mean, there's a lot of crap out there. That's a bad situation. Now, we've been talking to our real estate attorney as well.
I got a question from a listener by email.
Okay, go ahead.
How many cans of Coke does Martino drink a day? And does he have stock in the company?
Well, okay. It's
literally
Coke Zero, and I do, you know what? I've completely stopped almost drinking. Well, not almost. Well, every now and then I'll have coffee at a restaurant. Mark, coffee, there's something about coffee that turned me off. You know how I went for months without drinking one Coke
I think
Zero?
you almost did a year. I think COVID put you back in the habit.
Here's what happens. I get my taste buds come and go. Like I was on a Coke Zero kick, then I got off it. Went on to coffee, got off coffee, now I'm back to Coke Zero. I don't know. Maybe it's not good for you. Brad O'Brien, I wanted to ask, seller financing, some people are opting, maybe they're older, they want income, they're opting to sell and to do owner finance. People could end up with a nightmare if they don't do that properly. What are the documents they need to make that proper?
Well, the purchase contract will state that there's going to be seller financing, and the contract these days says get an attorney. Real estate agents are not even allowed to draft anything along the lines of seller financing, but you need a promissory note and a deed of trust for starters, and I can prepare those.
So when you do your own financing, you're the bank, so you have to write up a document that protects that lender, that protects the seller, right? I mean, that's going to be, or of course, if you're representing the buyer, but it has to be spelled out. You have to, because we had a person one time that financed something and she was financing it. Listen to this, Brad. I didn't know you then. And in the stipulation, supposedly, she was obligated to pay taxes on her property or something on time. There was this crazy clause in there. Do you remember that, Mark? Where those guys took over that property?
Oh, my God.
From that elderly woman?
Bradley. Oh, you just made me think of a different one.
No, but this one. They put a clause in there that she's going to finance it for them, and they're going to make payments. But if she messed up in any way that they got, I don't know how it happened. It's unconscionable. They get the property free or they get a discount. And they showed that she didn't pay her property tax on time.
And they got it.
I swear to God, she lost her property.
Bradley, listen to this one. We had a guy call in and said, hey, I bought this house and I can't move into it. We're like, what are you talking about? Sure enough, he paid cash for it. He sends us the contract. Literally, in the real estate contract, you're going to find this so hard to believe, but it says, and I'm paraphrasing, even though it looks like a house and has a roof and a door.
It's not a house.
It's not a house.
It's just a pile of
you
material.
Can't live in it.
Yeah.
And it is a house.
It actually said it was uninhabitable.
And so, therefore, they didn't read the contract. They paid cash for it, and they couldn't move into it because it never got a CO, and it's not even supposed to be there.
It was on a mining claim.
It's the damnedest thing we've ever seen, but they literally signed acknowledging they weren't buying a house.
They were buying a collection of lumber. Can you believe this? See, I imagine you see it all. And these might be exaggerations that we just said, but Brad, that's why you can't just sign paper shoved in front of you.
That's right. A few hundred on an attorney to review the documents for you can save you a lot of grief and money in the end.
What's the most common mistake people make when it comes to owner financing, do you think, seller financing?
Well, the Dodd-Frank Act, 2008, sharply curtailed seller financing. It's highly restricted now.
What does that mean?
You might have to give, if you're a seller, you can't give seller financing if you do it more than 1 or 3 times per year.
Really?
And then if you fit the 1 time per year exception or the 3 time per year exception, there's certain loan terms that apply, like it has to be at least a 5-year fixed, a 5-year.
I never knew this. So there's all kinds of restrictions now.
I see why, though. In some of those cases, you'd have bad lenders saying, okay, we'll give you 2%, but it's a 1-year arm, then everything comes due. And they basically get paid for a year and then take everything back.
Now, Brad O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. And then, Kathy, you have an iPhone question. What's going on?
Hi, Tom. I'm in a group text with my book club. And so 6 of us have iPhones, and 1 person has an Android.
So 1 smart person and 5 not so smart.
The opposite.
I love iPhones.
Anyway,
yeah, go ahead.
I love my iPhone, too. But when we text back and forth, the Android user isn't getting the text, but if she can send a text in that group text, and we all get it.
You guys need to switch to MMS. You're using whatever Apple calls it.
So that would probably mean every person, because I found that in my phone, because I thought I was the one with the problem. And sometimes I'm not getting things from her, but maybe everyone else in the group needs to check that MMS.
Yep, that's exactly it.
But then sometimes now when she and I text just one-on-one, she's not getting my text either.
Well, that's odd. I mean, she should. I get, like, Suzanne's got an iPhone. I have the Samsung, the better model that people make without jumping off buildings in China. But I digress. We have had that issue. And what was the setting on your iPhone, Suzanne, to where you weren't getting mine? Wasn't MMS? What was the exact setting? Do you remember?
I think it was MMS, but I thought it was your setting you had to fix, not mine.
There's nothing on my side. Mine is intuitive. It just works.
Oh, yeah, right.
No, but seriously, what was your specific question, Kathy? As much as he jokes, the world is mostly iPhone. I mean, really, when it comes
That's not true.
No, Mark.
The world is mostly right. MMS
let me tell you why.
And group messaging has to be turned on under text settings.
Now, what I want to say is this. Mark's going to say there's more Androids, but what I'm saying is, for iPhone is one company and one brand, whereas Android is an operating system which is put out to all kinds of brands. And so there's no comparison. I mean, there's no company as strong as Apple when it comes to phones. You made a good choice. And Suzanne, was that her question about the MMS part?
I think so.
Or SMS?
You have to turn on the group messaging feature and the MMS messaging feature. That's my understanding, but...
Does that answer your question at all?
I think so. I'm going to make sure that everybody else in the text group checks their settings.
You know, for some reason,
Quarter 4, 2019, last reported numbers. Apple shipped 69.5 million versus Samsung 70.4 million.
To a bazillion people in Antarctica.
The point is, what you just said was completely wrong.
Everyone caters to iPhone, and we know it. When people make apps, they first make it for the iPhone, then they make it for everyone else. I mean, they do. I mean, Mark doesn't like the idea that Apple's more popular, but it is. It just is. It just is. I'm sorry. I'm not relenting on it. It just
is. This is Denver's Talk Station.
What's that?
He said O'Brien. You don't want O'Brien.
We're not doing O'Brien. He's on the fucking show. I'm sorry. I'll do Simply Floors. Sorry. It's okay.
I'm sorry. To be honest with you,
I don't care. I pick. Don't worry about it, man. It's okay.
From the Vet Redford's traffic center, there's an accident involving a semi.
So I did all online, so good. I don't have to worry.
Causing some pulling through there. The rest of your I-70 drive through town in good shape. I-25, sluggish northbound between Santa Fe and 23rd. Also seeing a bit of volume flowing on 270 in both directions on your Commerce City Drive. And in the high country, eastbound I-70 backing up at Eisenhower.
Oh, that's cool. Where are you guys going?
I don't know. We gotta figure it out. Oh, maybe that Castle Rock place. What is it called?
It's freaking delicious. You might go there tonight too, funny enough. I always forget. What's the name of the fried chicken place I love? I can never think of it. Great Divide.
Right on Main Street.
Right on Main. Right past the fried chicken place you think you like.
25% off your first year at LifeLock.com. Promo code RISK.
Simply Floors Inc.com is where you make your appointment. And the name Simply Floors really says it all. That's all they do, floor coverings. But they do it better because Buddy and Karen Mitchell are a small company, but they are a big buying group. So they get the same discounts as all the big boxes. But they pass those savings on to consumers along with better installers, better financing, better warranties. You can make your appointment for whatever floors you're interested in. They'll come to your home with samples, and you'll love them. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Save money, save time, have a great time. Simply Floors Inc. INC. SimplyFloorsInc.com. By the way, Panacea Life Sciences is where you get the CBD I've been talking about for years. Real CBD that works.com. Use Tom in the promo code, get 30% off.
Are you embarrassed by your smile? Are you unable to eat the foods you love, afraid to laugh, afraid to live a normal life, even afraid to go out in public? Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental Group. I believe that you deserve a smile that you
can be
proud of so you can live your life.
Thanks, Chris.
With the peace of mind that you can smile without embarrassment and that your mouth is healthy.
Another guy saving money with our credit card company.
I invite you to my office for a free consultation.
Oh, good.
You can find out for yourself if you're comfortable at Barrett's Dental. We offer total dental solutions, meaning we can handle all
I got this son of a bitch done.
Convenient location without referring you all over town. If you feel safe at Barrett's Dental, it's the last place you need to visit to get the care you need. Is the condition of your mouth causing you to live a life of quiet?
Hey, what do you think about like Omaha steaks and stuff?
If you're looking for
I think it's a waste of money.
Do you?
Yeah, don't you think so?
I don't know.
I really do.
I've never had actual Omaha, but I've had other similar frozen kind of steaks. And when you thaw
them, my God. Oh.
Rick! When you thaw them out, once the water's gone, you know, your 16-ounce steak goes down to like 4 ounces. It's like they inject them with water then.
Where is that, Omaha?
I think all of them, not just Omaha.
No, I mean...
You inject them with water and they're heavier.
Oh, okay. Look at, now we have...
No, what are you doing?
No. Higher testosterone levels in men.
I know. I just saw that.
Why was this sent to us? What?
Because we talk pellets.
And they're all citing that, you know, it's such bullshit. That's...
All right, I better get going. I've got to run out to the pharmacy and get Mikey's prescription. Good luck at the pharmacy. I know. I never know what I'll pay. I thought I heard something about an affordability board that's supposed to help with costs.
What is the skin? Do you know? Come on. You're medical. You know medical.
What?
What is the skin? What is your skin? It is your...
Epidermis?
Your largest...
Oh, organ?
You don't get in those fucking tanning beds anymore, do you?
No. Testosterone levels may be a factor.
Oh, yeah.
Indirect evidence. Okay, what they're fucking saying is that we don't know.
Well, oranges could be a factor as well.
This is totally inconclusive.
Learn more at protectcoloradotours.com. Paid for by
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal, and as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on
The sampling was so fucking...
disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken...
Hey, listen, I won't argue. If you got too much of it, it'll fuck with you. So I know that for a fact. The whole key is to keep the level where you want it.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It takes 2 to 4.
The situation with and the Pentagon has one, but its diversity chief has been reassigned because of social media.
Oh, you got all these people against testosterone.
Let's talk about it at 2.
What is this guy's thing?
He's probably looking into it.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-825.
Stephen, what's happening with you, Stephen? How can we help you, sir?
Hi there, Tom.
Hey.
So, first time, long time.
Thank you.
Long time, first time.
Thank you.
I think it's long time, first time.
Yeah, long time listener, first time caller, yes.
Yeah, that's correct. I have a question. You been getting any cookies lately?
Cookies? You mean
you always ask for
when I say, hey, you owe me some chocolate chip cookies? Yeah, I used to say that when I solve a problem, but I don't really mean it because I won't eat them. I'd like to eat them. I love them, but okay, go ahead.
Well, all I got to say is that you and Mark down there deserve cookies every day for the job you guys do.
Well, thank you. I love cookies, and you know what? I should mention that I do love cookies. I love sweets. I love a pasta. I just don't eat them. I love that stuff. I just love it. People say, why don't you like carbs? I said, oh, no, I do like them. Every human in the world, for some reason, we're made to like everything bad for us.
You know, we all cheat. So what, honest to God, my biggest
everything
cheat...
bad for us.
My biggest cheat is lasagna. I freaking love lasagna. What's yours? What is your biggest...
Okay, Mark.
The day you throw it all out.
It's not necessarily lasagna, but pasta in general. I love pasta. I don't know. I love oatmeal. There's so many things I love. Why is it, though, that carbs equal comfort? Why is that? Gosh, do they equal comfort as far as mentally? Anyway, what about you? What's happening, and what can we do for you? You some kind of teacher thing you want to talk about?
Oh yeah, the bill that you brought up.
Are you talking about the one with the high school where they're decriminalizing criminal activity?
Yes.
Yeah, what about it's disgusting.
Do you have any update for us?
Now, Dan Kaplan has been following that more than ever, or more than any talk show host, and basically the update is as he looks into it, the more he looks into it, the worse it is. For people listening, I am really serious. Senate Bill 182, it's 21-182. Okay, now, the problem with it, honest to God, allows criminal activity in schools with you're not allowed to involve police. It's saying that when high school kids, no, it's not just high school, is it? It's all school kids. I keep saying high school. I don't know why, but it's school. Students are not allowed to be arrested. Basically, here's the basic. Students will not be arrested for misdemeanors on school property.
They can't even get a ticket. Forget arrested.
So you cannot get arrested or get a ticket or an appearance or anything for any misdemeanor crime on school property. But they go into specifics and talk about harassment, interference, menacing. They talk about assault, on teachers. They talk about it. Unless seriously bodily injury, and by the way, the legal standard for serious bodily injury is broken bones and permanent impairment. You can beat the hell out of a girl. A guy could walk up, feel up a girl, pull her dress down, and beat her up and walk away, and he cannot be arrested. Now, if you think I am exaggerating, wrong, I'm not. You look at this bill and you read it. Don't you ever say I'm exaggerating if you don't read it yourself. And then you call me back. You call me on the air when you read that and tell me, I cannot believe there would be one person who supports this. And I like Jared Polis, except when it comes to this bill, he's way too far out of whack for me. That's way too far out. Because when you can go up and sexually harass young women, because, I think there's a lot of sexual harassment on high school and college campuses. I do. And that's one of my own problems that I have that I wanted to battle. And I saw one time this documentary that highlighted it. A lot of young women are scarred by this. And specifically, there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, it encourages bullying. You can walk up and bully a kid all you want. You can pants them, pull their pants down. You can humiliate them. You can beat them up.
You can steal their iPhone, their lunch money.
Right.
You can steal from them.
And you cannot be arrested. Do you understand that?
Or ticketed.
Again, I know it sounds crazy, and I know there are people who say, oh, okay, Tom, you're at it again, trying to get us worked up. I wish I was. I swear to God, I wish I was exaggerating. But, Stephen, you need to call your lawmakers and tell them in your area that you'll make sure they never get in office again if they vote for this. And guess what? The teachers union, because this is a Democrat-sponsored bill, teachers unions who are traditionally Democrat cannot be against their own party, so they just don't take a stand. They officially did not take a stand.
Until one of these hoodlums walk up and punch a teacher in the face, and then the teacher figures out they don't even get in trouble.
If a teacher is punched in the face, and if you steal their phone or you destroy their property, go out to their car and do some malicious activity, and I'm saying this, you cannot be arrested under this bill.
I like how you say, hey, I like Polis. He's generally a good guy, but this.
I do like him.
That's like saying, OJ's a great guy, too.
No. Mark, what I meant was, up to this point, Polis, in my opinion, he's been pretty sound and pretty reasonable. He has been.
Compared to some.
I don't think he's a wild man. But the problem is Polis sponsors this bill, or wants this bill, helped write this bill. And what he said was, he believes what they're trying to do is help kids not become criminals.
Yeah, they say, what do they say, from school to jail or something?
Yeah, they specifically want to help minorities not have a criminal career. And that's an insult.
This is going to make more criminals, because as soon as you're out of school, guess what? You can't walk into a Walmart and punch an employee like you can in school.
Lori, what's your comment? Go ahead, Lori.
Hey, Tom. So you said you like Polis other than the fact that
I said up till this point, yes. I didn't find
Thank you, Lori.
I didn't really find him that bad. Go ahead, Lori.
Well, let me tell you something that they talked about on the local news today, and we'll see how much you like him. They said undocumented aliens, which I call illegal.
That's right.
Undocumented immigrants, which I call illegal aliens, now get Colorado housing benefits, and they also get pandemic relief. Now,
no, I know.
Tom,
I know.
It's funny how, and he's going to sign it today. It's funny how I have to follow the law, other immigrants have to follow the law, but our quote-unquote friends on the southern border don't have to follow the law. So
I know.
I love you, Tom. I listen to you every day, but
maybe I'm giving him too much. Maybe I'm giving him too much credence. It could be, Lori. I'm just so hesitant to paint someone with a broad brush. Are you basically saying he's whacked?
No, I don't think he's wacko at all. I think he's worth $400 million, which he is, and money doesn't matter to him, but it matters to me. I listen to you every day, as you know. I've met you. I thought we had a lot in common politically, but I'm thinking we don't. I think I have more in common with Mark, and believe me, it pains me to say that. Love you, Mark.
Oh, my glory. I was so for you.
What did she just say? I just missed it. What did I miss?
She was saying you're way off base, bro.
It pains her to agree with Mark, she says.
Well, it does pain her because most of the time you're whacked. Now, here's the deal. This bill, seriously, it's dangerous, and we have to put a stop to it.
There ain't nothing stopping. It's very dangerous.
Mr. Green Jeans. I like how you're doing it. Talk about how you use them at your house. I think those are the best fucking endorsement spots when you actually use them. Your one's for the, what are those shots called you get, the water shots or whatever?
Dehydration.
Yeah.
I love it. That brought my ass.
Fox 31 pinpoint weather, plenty of sunshine.
You ever done oxygen bar? Is that something you've ever tried? Is that like a fucking pick-me-up too?
It's 51 right now in Denver. With your impact.
Or you haven't done it?
What's that?
Oxygen. Have you ever done an oxygen bar?
Yeah, I did one time, or did I?
Is it real or bullshit?
It's just, I mean, oxygen is something that it'll always help you if you up your oxygen level, but we're already healthy people are at 93, 95%. I mean, Mr. Green Jeans used to be on Captain Kangaroo, but right now, Mr. Green Jeans is in your backyard. He's in mine. MrGreenJeansLLC.com. Mr. Green Jeans Lawn and Landscape Services by Tammy and Bob Dahlbaden. Now, they started this company how many years? Many years ago, okay? They're here since the early 90s. And they do cleanup, aeration, tree and shrub care, sprinkler installation, repair, also fertilizer treatments, and they do it at my house. We love these people and their son, Travis. It truly is a family-owned and operated business. And he started out, by the way, working for this national lawn company many years ago. He didn't like the way they did business. That's why they started Mr. Green Jeans Landscape Services. I personally use them, and you can too. All right, here's something I would personally use too, no matter what. I would always call home investors if I had a home for sale. Now, even if I'm using people I love, like Frank Duran Real Estate, it wouldn't matter. Frank would even agree. Just see, you might have a house with deferred maintenance. You may have a house where you don't want an inspection. You may have a house where you don't want to mess with it. You don't want to have tire kickers. You don't want to go through a closing, and you just want to check. Home investors. Now, you may say, Tom, they're never going to give me what I want. But how will you know unless you try? There's no charge to try. It's no obligation. Home investors, figure out what you can get for your home tomorrow. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER.
Spring and home show season is the best time to get a new look going in your home. Unfortunately, nearly every home show in the state. What about that time? Well, Dad, let's bring the home shows to them. Right in your home, we'll lay out our tried and true methods and products, actual cabinet style and color selections, our countertop options, all of the updated looks to get that shower replaced, and an awesome digitally interactive window and door design process. And we'll bring the show savings right to you also. Folks, when you book your full project now for select install dates, you'll enjoy our traditional 8% home show savings. Call and check us out. Whether it's a kitchen, bath, some counters or floors, or even replacement windows and doors, Dad, as always, you have our word will treat you right at Denver. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
From day one, Lewis & Company was built on a mission of nourishing and inspiring the communities they serve. For them, that mission started in Boulder, where they were founded.
Oh my God! What do you think COVID-19 was when it comes to, like, how many people died from it compared to other diseases last year? Where do you think it fell? Number one? Do you know?
What's that?
COVID. Where would it be? For 2019, that people died the most from, I thought it would be COVID. It's not. COVID's number 3. Number 1 is heart disease, number 2 cancer, number 3 COVID. That's how it fell out last year.
Well, why wouldn't it?
I thought there would be more in COVID.
No. That's why I said it was ridiculous when they don't. if they cared about total mortality, they could have fucked. They make you wear a fucking face mask, but they don't do anything about heart disease. Nothing. They can outlaw fucking tobacco. Just fucking outlaw it. Why? And you might say that's ridiculous. Guess what? It was ridiculous to shut down the whole fucking country, but they did it.
Number 8, diabetes.
Which is a waste. That's terrible.
You can get free shipping on your first order when you text Tasty to 64,000. That's Tasty.
This one's weird. Number 4, unintentional injuries. I mean, geez, that could be anything. Unintentional injuries.
That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified offer. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides verification of your income, tax, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
Social media is an endless Christmas card.
Trust is the fabric that holds our country together. It's imprinted in our hearts. Americans trust Valor Gold Group for the very same reason. Expert assistance with gold and precious metal IRA. And the personal service, customized to your investment needs. Turn precious metals into an easy IRA. And for a limited time, enjoy no setup fees and free coins with qualified purchases. When you invest with Valor Gold Group, call 800-218-6997. That's 800-218-6997. ValorGold.com.
Hi, I'm host Robin Roberts, and on a new podcast from iHeartRadio, COVID-19, Immunity in Our Community, we'll hear from Americans on the front lines and the doctors and medical experts who convince them and their loved ones to roll up their sleeves and get vaccinated. Listen to COVID-19 Immunity in Our Community on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Suzanne, a guy claimed that he sent me a check months and months ago, or weeks ago at P.O. Box. Well, you haven't been doing the P.O. Box. I've been doing it. You just did it recently, right? Okay. There was nothing there. Or when are you checking again? Oh, I have it now. Never mind. I took it back. Never mind. I took it back.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Brad O'Brien, I'm going to let you go. I just want to talk about how important it is to have a real estate attorney and how inexpensive it is compared to what you're spending. One of the things I want to talk about, when people have issues, easement problems, border disputes, encroachments, all of that, what kind of stuff, in other words, is that something you need to attack early, at least to get a look at it, or do people tend to come into you too late?
Well, it's preferable to see it early when it's easier to resolve, and we do try to help people avoid going to court on these things, to work out their issues with their neighbors amicably. But we'll take it either up front or on the back end.
And when it comes to, like, writing up easements, let's say neighbors want to write up an easement agreement, or there is an encroachment and they want to do a lot line adjustment. Can you handle that kind of thing?
Yes, and we can also put in maintenance agreements, not only that there is an easement or a shared road, but who's going to take care of it. And
that is really important. So, folks, I hope you got the import of all this. Real estate is an issue that touches all of us, and they can handle all aspects. OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388. Curtis has a quick comment on the governor. Go ahead. What's going on, Curtis?
Tom, I know this isn't a political show, or you're trying to keep it that way, but when you make a statement like that, I have to call in.
And what statement? That he was reasonable, you mean? I know people are pissed at me for that.
The voters of Colorado voted in what's in Colorado is a landslide majority on initiatives. I think it was a 63% vote to deny the oil and gas restrictions.
Yeah.
And the things I know first on his agenda was to reverse the voters of Colorado's will and use his majority in the House to.
I'm out of time. I get it. All of your calls tomorrow.
Okay. Tell Jeannie I want Jeannie to call tomorrow. Okay. I got it. Lonnie. I'm going to go get
What's the special deal? Why are you grabbing them?
Oh, just because we had a fun you want to do a special online shit.
Yeah, kill that history after some of that stuff you were looking at.
Oh, yeah, I don't care about history. There's no history. In fact, incognito, I'm always on here, so on purpose.
If it ends in XXX, he's been there, Mike.
Man,
I wouldn't do anything on this company's IT system.
Well, you've done my photos at all, Jesus. I just said one thing, like, he seems reasonable except for this, and they said he's not reasonable in anything. So at least my audience, they don't like him. I wonder if he's a popular governor. I have that.
I know it's interesting. I haven't seen any polls because they should be starting doing it because he's up for re-election about a year ago.
But do Republicans have anybody worth their shit?
Well, you know who's having an origin because he wants to do it.
Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but why doesn't he? He's been saying that for years. He wanted to seize it for a while with age.
Because he doesn't want to. I don't think he's got the guts to do it.
Well, first of all, he'd have to give up a pretty lucrative law practice.
Yeah.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi told House Democrats Monday she hopes to pass an infrastructure package by July 4th.
We want to get our license plate.
Yeah, mine's Thursday. So.
Oh, really?
Yep, I have. You had the card, right? So you're bringing. Yeah, I'm going to make sure I have. Yeah, so I'll bring the card on my license. Here's the only problem.
Is it registered in your name?
Yeah.
Okay.
My license has the wrong.
I don't think it matters.
Okay, it's not the address. I know how to update my address on the license. Anyway, but
I'm killing those.
Okay.